Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated.
Item 3, Oath of Allegiance or Affirmation of a New Senator. Item 4, Messages from the Governor General. Item 5, Announcements by Madam President.
Distinguished members of the Senate, pleasant good morning to you. And welcome to our sitting on this, the 10th day of July, 2026. I have received excuses from the following senators, as you would recognize. Your numbers are thin. The Senate Vice President, Senator Nolan Cox, has tendered his apologies for his unavoidable absence today. Senator Miana Charles has attended her excuse for her absence also. Likewise, Senator Rahman, may I say due to illness, and Senator Civil Francis has indicated that she will be in attendance, but due to state responsibilities elsewhere, shall be late. I would also like to announce that House action, lower house action, has occurred on correspondence sent from this Senate to the House. Specifically, the House action amended the Senate bill, which the Senate returned to the House following our sitting on the 11th of June, 2026. The returned bill was accepted by the lower house on the 23rd of June at its sitting. The bill in reference is entitled the Amended Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026. Members, I would also like to congratulate all the nation's children and youth who have graduated or are due to do so shortly. From preschool into primary, from primary into secondary, from secondary into college, and even up to university, and some of our nationals have received not only PhDs, but distinguished recognitions at their respective institutions. It's a great day for Grenada in education when we can enlarge our stock of intellectuals and workers, and I suppose I should say in this season, Calypsonians as well, artists in general. But most of all, we will be receiving, we pray, thousands of informed and morally upright and visionary general citizens who are better off having been through the education system. They will be better to their spouses, their parents, to the country, and hopefully as leaders. We will get the next generation of parliamentarians from some of those leaders, some ministers. We hope we will get more gender equality in our public institutions as a result of the graduating classes of 2026. Congratulations to all graduates, parents, principals, and others. I had the great privilege to go to 4 graduations across 2 parishes, and I'm impressed by their youthfulness, their talent, and the readiness for the world. Whether they're ready or not, they certainly believe so, and that's what's important. I also would like to congratulate the organizers of the Diaspora Homecoming. I attended opening and closing. I noted emotional reconnection that many of them brought to coming back home. And I'd like to congratulate the persons who organized it and to encourage you to do a deeper and wider outreach in the next iteration of a very meaningful and impactful session. Chairs go out to to Ambassador Terry Forrester, who was traveling all around the country to make things happen. Well done. And lastly, I'd like to report that you would all remember that since 2018, June 30th has been designated as World Parliamentarian Day. And I think we are a little slow to pick it up here in Grenada. I hope that changes. But this year we did. We've issued a statement, and I think last year as well. But as parliamentarians, I just want to draw it to your attention and to draw it to our attention and to ensure that next year we can do a wider job of marking World Parliamentarians Day in Grenada. It gives me the opportunity to congratulate the youth parliamentarians who are coming up and to say to them, we know and pray that you will do so much stronger than we in the last 52 years. I conclude my remarks by correcting an omission that I did receive excuses of absence from Senator Dwight Horsford. This ends my announcement, Clerk.
Item 6.
Our indomitable leader who is hiding out in the Senate while Carnival and Calypso surrounds him.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I would like to say good morning to you and also the Clerk of Parliament and the staff, our security, my colleagues on the other side. It was an oversight on my part, Madam President, to also tender an excuse for Senator Quince Britton. He is out of state on government business. And also, I expect the Attorney General, Senator Claudia Joseph, to be here shortly.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business.
Item 6, confirmation of minutes.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to say that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at Parliament Building at Mount Weldale, St. George, on Thursday, the 11th of June, 2026 at 9 a.m. be taken as read.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the proposal is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber here at Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Thursday, 11 June 2026, be taken as read. All those in agreement say aye, and those opposed say nay. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to say that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Thursday, 11th of June, 2026 at 9 a.m. be confirmed.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber here at Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Thursday, 11th of June 2026, be confirmed. All those in agreement say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed say nay. Minutes are confirmed.
Item 7, presentation of petitions. Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees. Item 9, questions.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as I speak here now, in my presence, I have the answers to the questions that was posed to this Honorable House. But the honest truth is I got it yesterday, and I did not have the time to query some of the information that was given here. And the fact that this Senator Nolan Cox is absent today, which would have been, I think, a fear so that we can have a dialogue on the matter, I will humbly ask that we defer the questions for the next sitting of the Senate.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Yes, I did have word with Senator Cox that in his absence I wanted to have his consideration concerning the answers to the questions he had submitted. And he assured me that he had deputized someone, an opposition senator, to receive the questions in his name. It turns out that that senator so deputized is also absent. And so in light of these two factors that you have indicated and that I have indicated, I think it is only appropriate that I grant your request for discussion on the questions to proceed when the author of the questions is here. I do record, however, and let the record show that the responses did come in, and that it is the judgment of the chair on request that they be deferred. Thank you.
Item 9, statements by ministers.
Senator, the Honorable Gloria Thomas, you have the floor. Minister, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I am pleased to provide some updates on the ongoing work of the Ministry of Social Development as we continue to advance our mandate of promoting social inclusion, strengthening families and communities, protecting vulnerable populations, and enhancing national resilience. Madam President, from the beginning of May to the end of June 2026, the Ministry, through the Division of Gender and Family Affairs, hosted a fast summer intern who built on the important groundwork established by the spring 2020 cohort. The internship was designed to work towards supporting the implementation of Grenada's national disability policy through applied research, accessibility assessment, development of a disability disaggregated data collection tool, policy implementation resources, public awareness material, and capacity building initiative for public officers. Throughout the placement, the intern adopted a community-driven approach, working closely with communities, civil society organizations, and government stakeholders to develop a deeper understanding of Grenada's social and cultural context. This participatory and evaluative approach enabled the ministry to better capture the lived experiences and realities of vulnerable populations, strengthen collaborative networks both within and beyond the state framework, and generate practical recommendations to inform ongoing program development and advance disability inclusion. Training on interview techniques. Madam President, frontline officers from across the ministry, including Social Services, the Division of Gender and Family Affairs, the Child Protection Authority, the Juvenile Justice Unit, Community Development, Cedars Home, and the Grenada National Council of the Disabled participated in specialized training on trauma-informed interview. This training was facilitated by Dr. Petra Roberts in collaboration with the University of the West Indies Open Campus. The training strengthened participants' capacity to conduct trauma-informed interview and assessment using approaches that promote safety, trust, active listening, emotional regulation, and non-judgmental communication while reducing the risk of re-traumatization for clients. Officers also enhance their ability to recognize signs of trauma and distress, manage difficult disclosures, ask appropriate questions, and make timely referrals to relevant support services. Particular emphasis was placed on supporting individuals and families affected by crisis, disasters, violence, displacement, loss, and other traumatic experiences, reinforcing the ministry's preparation to provide compassionate coordination and psychological responsive services during hurricane season and other emergencies. Training for parents. Madam President, the Parenting Education Unit continues to strengthen family resilience by delivering parenting education programs across communities, schools, faith-based organizations, and court-referred programs. During the second quarter of 2026, approximately 257 parents, caregivers, adolescents, and community members participated in training designed to strengthen parenting skills, improve child development outcomes, promote positive family relationships, and build stronger community support systems. Parenting capacity building activities undertaken to commemorate the International Day of Families also engaged approximately 85 participants. A series of parenting capacity building for public servants were also implemented. Madam President, the ministry also implemented a two-day parenting education and family strengthening initiative aimed at enhancing knowledge and skill of parents, caregivers, and public officers to create safe, nurturing, and resilient families environment. This was done as part of the observance of the International Day of Families 2026. Stress management. Madam President, in collaboration with the Grenada National Council of the Disabled, the Division of Gender and Family Affairs conducted a capacity building workshop on psychosocial self-care, emotional wellness, and conflict resolution as part of the activities marking the month of persons with disability. This capacity building workshop was done in collaboration with the Grenada National Council of the Disabled. Strengthening disaster preparedness and community resilience. Madam President, the ministry conducted a capacity building workshop on disaster preparedness, vulnerability mapping, and community emergency planning for frontline officers from the Ministry of Social Services, Community Development, Housing, and the Division of Gender Affairs. The training aimed to strengthen officers' capacity to identify and map vulnerable households, including persons with disabilities, older persons, survivors of gender-based violence, and other at-risk populations. Integrated disability inclusive approach into emergency planning, support household preparedness, and enhance coordination with the National Disaster Management Agency was part of the objective of that training. We prepared community and stakeholders to improve their disaster readiness and community resilience across the Tri-Island state. Madam President, the Division of Gender and Family Affairs supported the OECS Skills and Innovation Project, SKIP, by delivering specialized training on gender-responsive and inclusive teaching to 40 post-secondary educators from T.A. Mauricio Community College and the New Life Organization, NULO. The training objectives were to strengthen educators' capacity to integrate gender-responsive and inclusive training practices into competency-based education and training, to help recognize and address gender bias. 3, encourage educators to accommodate students with special educational needs and apply reasonable accommodations in assessment. And 4, create equitable learning environments that promote the participation for successful learners. Boys to Men. Madam President, the ministry, through the Men's Bureau, implemented the second cycle of the Boys to Men program in St. Andrew, targeting at-risk boys and juveniles in conflict with the law. I reported on this in the last sitting that program has started, and now I am happy to report that it has concluded and we will have the graduation next Wednesday, the 15th of July. World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Madam President, the ministry, through the Desk of the Elderly, held a digital literacy forum at the St. Patrick's Anglican Primary School in observance of World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. The program aimed to sensitize adults 60 years and over about how to safely use the internet and online services, the legislation that regulates the sector, and the legal procedures that are available for redress. The presentation was conducted by Mr. Jarvis Dabrio and Ms. Sydney Walker, Crown Counsel. A total of 26 older adults attended the forum. The unit plans to conduct another digital literacy forum during the month of the older persons. Commission of Women Assembly. The Minister for Social Development led a two-man delegation to Washington at the Inter-American Commission of Women Assembly of Delegates, June 28th to the 30th. The assembly began with a call to settle the debt, focusing on the theme, women's economic rights in the Americas, policies and strategies to guarantee autonomy and bargaining power. The three-day event brought together principal delegates to the Inter-American Commission of Women, ministers and high-level authorities of national mechanisms for the advancement of women's rights, representatives of permanent and observer missions to the OS, government officials, specialists from international organizations, cooperation agencies, civil society, and invited experts. At the assembly, there was a strong focus on how to move from recognizing inequalities to public policy, regulatory frameworks, and regional cooperation mechanisms that strengthen women's economic autonomy and bargaining power. Social Development Minister from Grenada was resoundingly elected as Vice President at the Fourth Assembly of Delegates of the Inter-American Commission of Women, new executive for the period 2026-2029. It was over 40 years since Grenada was represented on the executive of the Inter-American Commission of Women. And the last representation we had was by Ms. Phyllis Code, 40 plus years ago, which takes Grenada now over 4 decades to find itself on the executive in the position of first vice president. Madam President, as I conclude, I would like to emphasize that the initiatives outlined in this brief demonstrates our continued focus on disability inclusion, family strengthening, youth development, elder care, disaster preparedness, and the delivery of high-quality social services. As we move forward, our government, through the Ministry of Social Development, will continue to build strategic partnership, strengthen the capacity of frontline officers, community stakeholders, and promote innovative approaches to addressing emerging social challenges. I wish to thank the dedicated staff of the ministry, our partners in government and civil society, and the many communities we serve for their unwavering commitment to advancing social development. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Social Development for the report, and of course for continuing to, if I may say, press down positively on the number of areas where we can see the need for improvement. I want to say that I am encouraged by the work, the Ministry of Social Development. I once said that, you know, the main challenge that remains for the world is not in technology, it's not in inventions, but it really is in the social arena, with an emphasis on equal distribution of all kinds of resources and power for people who are excluded, whether they're disabled, live in rural communities, distant, small islands, whatever. And I think here in Grenada, we are seeing an emphasis on that, and I'm sorry to take up time to comment, but I know that the nation is concerned about our social development. If I may link it back to all the students who are graduating, they have had a wonderful 5-year journey. We want them to care for the other, to care for the elderly. We want them to be sensitive, to be trustworthy, to have great capacity. So I'm impressed by the focus you place, your ministry places on developing parenting skills. We certainly find that to be an area of need, and it's terrific that it is being targeted, and I'm tickled by the number. You said 257 participants, and that is so important, that we count everyone, that we don't say we just did some training and we don't know how many. We 257 and 200 and 1,000 more to go, but so the counting is significant. Thank you for the work. I thank you for the report, the focus on the disabled, strengthening them, on focus on capacity building, focus on stress management, all the things that I think our nation needs. And let me close by my comments by congratulating you, as we already did, I think, in your absence, on Grenada's election to the board of the Commission on the Status of Women in the OAS. It's a very important regional body for encouraging gender equity policies. And I know Grenada is well represented, and we would also learn from that. Thank you so much for your presentation this morning, Minister. I offer the floor to the Minister for Education, Senator the Honorable David Andrew. Oh, and before you, I think there's a comment from our distinguished senator on the other side of the room, Senator Andre Lewis. Great to see you, sir. And
thank you very much, Madam President. If Senator Andrew wanted to speak on the presentation, I'll wait. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, good. Thanks. So good morning to everyone, and I just wish to lend my voice to congratulating Senator Thomas on being elected. I know he's representing Grenada, but it must be a person, to the first vice president position. And what is ironic and noteworthy at the same time is that it is 40 years after, and you are following in the footsteps of someone who has made significant contribution to the development of Grenada's women folk and the social development of Grenada, Comrade Sister Phyllis Code. I mean, history, regardless of history, could never be erased. These things are there. And it is good to hear you saying across the table, true. Coming from someone like you, who must have done your research, who must have, because you're inheriting this sort of responsibility, I'm confident that you are saying true, not because you want to say true, but the evidence is there, the foundation is there to prove that. So I wish to congratulate you and to identify with the comments made by the President of the Senate, to also make a request, a further request. This is hard work, but it is a duty. I would like to see more engagement on the blocks, within the communities. It is one thing, and it is commendable to bring 256 or 250-something people. And these are good. It must be commended. But I would like to see your ministry, given the role that you have played and continue to play, spearhead that initiative that can get people interacting, especially with our young people on the ground. Because we have just graduated X amount of people, students, who are no longer students, by and large, and who will be integrated into the society. Now, once they are integrated into that which is already there, that we know we have concerns about, we understand what are the possible outcomes. So I wish to ask you, and I've done so before, but I wish to do so again, we in labor would like to see, and we're willing to partner with you. We're willing to partner with you because there are a number of young people at the workplaces. We're willing to partner with you to be able to come to the schools, right, to interact with students. Just work-life experiences where you can go on the ground, certainly your ministry. Certainly ask for volunteers. Probably out of the 256 people, see if you can get a cohorts that can do a 1 month or 2 month. If your training is designed to help make interventions, probably part of the practical aspect of it can be that over a 2 month or 3 month period, they will be zoned out, have specific responsibilities for specific areas. They will do reports, they'll be doing follow-up, because it is one thing to do the theory, it's the other thing to do the practical. And therefore, you can have follow-up sessions. And there can be emulations. So for instance, out of 20, 60 people who went out, based on the performance at the end of the year, just as so we have the sportsman and sportswoman awards for the year, we can have that. Emulation, we can emulate. Everything do not have to be money. Everything, some recognition. And those who have identified their willingness and their interest in that sort of work, we can create a pathway for a scholarship. So we need to move away. And I know this administration has been speaking of this, but we need to continue to move away from just accepting scholarship for scholarship's sake. So from your ministry, you can identify these areas. The people who are carrying out the courses, we can get regional and international assistance, people who are trained in those areas, to identify the people who show interest. That's what companies do. This is what successful organization does. Succession planning is not only in leadership in political organizations or in companies, but succession planning is at all levels of society. So I want to end by, once again, complimenting you, congratulating Grenada, and to note that it is 40 years after our last representative representing the people of Grenada through the People's Revolutionary Government, Comrade Sister Phyllis Code. We are the National Women Organization. As a matter of fact, the maternity leave, these were the kind of deep social issues that Comrade Code and our ministry got involved in. And therefore, I know that you will be more enthused as you recognize that you have now been elected, first time in 40 years Grenada is represented, and in whose footstep you are following, that I'm confident that all of us working together can make a meaningful contribution, certainly in what I call the humanities. Another world is possible if we are guided by love. I thank you very much.
Well, I thank you, Senator Lewis, and I will say that the 3 key points you raised are the three key points that certainly many of us in this room could endorse. The contribution of those who've gone before this era, Sister Phyllis Cord, in the women's movement. That is known. In fact, I didn't want to say it, but you've provoked me to say that as the PR permanent representative at the OAS at that time, I was the alternate rep. So I worked, I was also a representative at the SIM and worked very closely with Sister Phyllis and the SIM in advancing the cause of women 40 years ago in the Americas when it was just nascent, and the only support we really had apart from the Grenada Revolution were the beginnings in places like Jamaica, the Women's Bureau, and the strong Women and Development Unit led by Grenadian Peggy Antrobus at the University of the West Indies, and the Guyanese sisters, Sister Andai and Jocelyn Dow, and those were the women who helped propel what the state did in advancing the cause of women and took it to the regional level. So there's a big history there that Sister Gloria benefits from and taps into, and brings me to your third recommendation, which is that we should have a mobilization, social service, national social service for the young graduates. You know, it used to be a very popular thing to do, to engage young people in national development, not always for pay, as you said. I can think of 2 examples, because remember, I'm a student of development, a student of politics, and a student of development and politics in the developing world. I paid attention and still do. And Nigeria mobilized such a national movement, and Guyana. Some went to the army, some went into the hinterlands in various countries, but young people were called into service sometimes 2 years prior to doing whatever they then did after formal training. And we have thousands and thousands of young people who would relish the opportunity to do something beyond what they do at home in holiday season. So it might be something that the leader of government business might want to engage you in conversation about, Senator. You can see I'm excited about it because it is a form of leadership. It's a form of succession planning. It's a form of giving back. So thank you for raising those points. I don't know if Sister Thomas wants to comment on the comments or we move on. You're taking it in. Thank you for sparking these memories and proposals. Thank you. And now, as he has requested, you have the floor, Senator Andrew.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning, and good morning to all my colleagues in this honorable House, and to everyone tuned in, listening to this broadcast. It is indeed another good day to be alive, and we give God thanks for that, for his preservation, his mercies, and his keeping. Madam President, I rise to bring a few updates of activities happening within the Ministry of Education, and I will conclude by sharing some delightful updates happening within our premier tertiary level institution, the Theophilus Albert Marischal Community College. Madam President, I first want to congratulate the thousands of students who have advanced to the next leg of the journey of continuous education, some from primary to secondary, some from secondary to tertiary, some from post-secondary to university. But I want to congratulate all of them. And I want to congratulate their school communities, their teachers, their principals, their parents, and the entire community that supported, scaffolded them through their journey. And of course, it's not yet ended, because education and learning is lifelong. And so we encourage them not to stop, but to continue. Several of the ceremonies I attended, and it was just a joy to hear the experiences of some of the students, to hear the reflections and the impact that the 5 years have had on several of them. And so I want to congratulate all of them. Madam President, I move to the CPEA, the Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment. The scores were released a few weeks ago, and I want to again congratulate those students who have, in fact, in that examination, 1,711 students sat the exam. That constituted 874 males and 837 females. Of that number, Madam President, 1,601, comprising of 802 males and 799 females, scored 50% or above. That reflects a 94%, that 94% of the students sitting the exam attained a score of 50% or above, and that is in fact very commendable. It means that only 6% of the students who sat the exams scored at 50 or beneath. All the rest scored above, and that is indeed commendable. Notwithstanding that, Madam President, given this government's universal secondary education policy, all the students will move to secondary school, because we know the CPE is not just a terminal exam. It's something that the students have been preparing for since grade 5. So it's a number of different pieces coming together with the external component taking place at the end. But we congratulate all of them and we wish them well as they move to the next level, next stage of their learning. I want to assure parents listening, wherever you are, that your students who are going into Form 1 schools will be receiving the laptops. We started the laptops and e-books program last year. And your Form 1 students going into secondary schools will receive those. We have placed the orders already, and we are hopeful that they get here soonest. But the orders have been placed. We hope that too many shipping things don't delay it, but they have been placed. And I also want to alert the parents of the Form 3 students, because you'll recall last year we gave to Form 1s and 2s. But now there are Form 2s who are in possession of the e-books who are transitioning into Form 3. They too will be receiving e-books, and those e-books would be consistent with the books that are on the book list. So parents, if you're listening, you may have received book lists from the schools as you collected your reports. If you have Form 1, 2, or 3 students, they will receive e-books consistent with what's on the book list. Only to say, though, that there'll be no workbooks. No workbooks will be given through the e-books program. The atlases you'll have to get on your own, and the dictionaries you'll get on your own. The other books, the core books, will be provided. Just wanted to let the nation know that. Madam President, I also am happy to report that the Uniform Assistance and School Supplies Program is enacted. We have received several applications from schools, parents who went to the schools and had their names and listed applications filled out. We have received several of them. They are being entered as we speak, and it's the ministry's intent to have the QR code sent out in batches. So I'm hopeful that very soon, probably within the coming week, we may see the first batch of students or parents receiving the QR codes with information that would allow them to shop by selected vendors to get their school supplies. And it's not anything new for many of the parents, because they've been there within the last 2-3 years we've been doing this. 2 years in this format. I now move my attention, Madam President, to a few of the things that have been happening with the 2025-2026 academic year at TAMCC. And I'm happy to report this year in many ways for TAMCC has been a bit transformational. Several important things. Very recently, the TAMCC has launched its TAMCC Foundation. We will recall that TAMCC needs a remaking of its financial model for sustainability. And I'm happy that the TAMCC Foundation is a key pillar in this sustainable financial model that the college is exploring. It will seek to raise funds for capital projects, for facilities upgrades, for infrastructural development, for monitoring and environmental initiatives. All right, so we are happy that the foundation has been launched. Then TAMCC can also boast that it has successfully implemented the government of Grenada's pension plan. We will recall that in this very house we debated the new pension scheme, and that statutory bodies were mandated to implement them as well. Well, TAMCC has gone on, and they too, they have implemented the government of Grenada's pension plan, and that shows the commitment of the college council and staff to ensure the well-being and the welfare of its employees, and to ensure that staff benefits, and it shows the commitment to supporting the faculty and staff. I want to alert the nation as well that TAMCC is in receipt of significant financial injection through the OECS Skills and Innovation Project, a project that is funded through the World Bank and through the OECS to upgrade post-secondary institutions. So NULO and TAMCC are both being considered in Grenada's context. And TAMCC, after the review, the World Bank funded, they've done an evaluation, and TAMCC is identified for approximately $11.8 million in infrastructural improvements for TAMCC campus. And that will include rehabilitation of the mechanical building, upgrade to the building technology buildings, that's building 1 and 2, improvements to the visual art buildings, and other things, other infrastructural upgrades as well. I want to report, Madam President, members of this House, that TAMCC has seen significant advancements in the Center of Excellence for Agriculture at Maribor. We have been working with TAMCC. As you will be well aware, the Maribor campus has been cited as one of the venues for one of the major centers of excellence, which we are hopeful to launch soonest. In fact, it's the first one we are going to launch because of agriculture's importance to Grenada's economy. And while we are targeting September, we're pushing along. There has been significant refurbishment. The dorms have been refurbished, which was left in ruins since Hurricane Ivan. There's been a new piggery established, working along with the Ministry of Agriculture and the hybrid animals that were brought in. There have been improvements to the water storage facilities to ensure that when production starts there, it can be sustained and there's a reliable supply of water. There have been repairs to and renovations to the animal barns and the purchase of tools and equipment for training. Now, there are some other infrastructural plans that are currently being done, tendered, and we hope that those can be done soonest to ensure that in the quickest possible time we can officially launch the programs there. I have been reporting about that, so we know that we had consultants helping with the formulation of the curriculum. We've had consultations with the teachers, with the CEO's office, with the principals. So students from as early as third form will have access to that. And once we come close to finalizing a date for the launch, you will be informed as well. I'm happy to report, Madam President, that there has been significant expansion and modernization of the academic programs at TAMCC. There has been the revision to the pharmacy program, and I know at some point some persons have said many things about the pharmacy program, but that has been carefully reviewed and revised, and I'm happy that the college has gone that way. There have been the development of a couple other programs at TAMCC, the introduction of a heritage and museum studies program and cultural studies program at TAMCC. This is important because it will support creatives, it will support persons who have an interest in culture and maintaining awareness of our heritage. There's been expansion in the creative industries offerings, including music and digital media programs. So it means that TAMCC is responding to the lead, the policy leads of the government. And that is what we want TAMCC to do. And that's why I'm happy to give this report, because it's important that we take note as a nation that the Theophilus Albert Marisho Community College is responding to the emerging needs of our nation. We have a lot more to do, but we are certainly heading in the right direction. Madam President, the college has made a significant investment in modern teaching and learning infrastructure with the construction and installation of new state-of-the-art music studios valued at over $300,000. So music will be focused there as well. Digital media studio, 2 gastronomy kitchens at the hospitality campus in Tantine, all of this at an estimated cost of $1.5 million. To strengthen the campus resilience and digital transformation, Madam President, through support from the Ministry of Education, TAMCC has been able to install a backup power generator to the tune of over $285,000. Because we recognize a couple of years ago there was some serious water issues, flooding in Tantine, and we had to miss classes because power is out, this, that, and the other. If we are going to modernize, we can't have student online classes being affected. We can't have persons, the electricity goes and we have no way of continuing instruction. So this is to create redundancy and resilience at the TAMCC. There's also going to be focus on developing a student management system, a human resource information system, all of that inside that package as we seek to strengthen the resilience capabilities at the college. TAMCC has also introduced flexible pathways for persons who, whether recently leave school, or working professionals, or unemployed individuals seeking to acquire skills, or those who are wishing to upskill. All of TAMCC has reviewed its entry requirements to create flexible pathways for persons who are interested in lifelong learning and upskilling. The final thing I'll share, Madam President, is that the Theophilus Albert Marischal Community College, I'm saying the name all the time because I want to use the opportunity to call the name so that nobody just knows it's TAMCC without knowing who we're talking about. It's Theophilus Albert Marischal. They have recorded outstanding student successes within the last year. 93% of the students attempting the 2025 CAPE examinations achieved passes, 93%. That is an exceptional pass rate for TAMCC, and we commend their staff. We know we have great confidence in the working team. We know we have a lot more to do, but this marks improvement, and I want to credit them publicly in this House and for the nation. We have made significant investment, Madam President, in student leadership. We've had students accompany ministers of education in the OECS in Dominica to have the student voices being heard. So we had the president of the Students' Council as part of Grenada's delegation going to the ministers of education, OECS ministers of education, Council of Ministers of Education, and they participated well, shared their views, their perspectives, and they got to see how the business of regional education is done. Thank you. I would happily beg for just half a minute to summarize. Madam President, yesterday, 810 students graduated from TAMCC, successfully meeting all the requirements in an impressive ceremony. Yes, representing, good place to tap, yes, thank you colleagues. Representing an impressive 81.57% completion rate. And we know that the enrollment has been increasing since our free tuition policy. We know that the completion rate has been increasing, but when you hear that 810 and 81% of the students enrolled have come to completion, it's a good thing. And so we want to commend TAMCC, and we want to commend all the staff and all those who continue to work, as we continue to work together to ensure that our nation's students who go to those institutions benefit for the good of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank the Minister of Education. Thank you very much again for bearing down, or as we say in other quarters, in leaning into formal schooling, otherwise known as education. Many comments could be made. I know that the clerk cannot ring the bell on me, but I will not push him in that direction by speaking long. So I will simply say that the leadership of TAMCC ought to be commended. First, let me chide them for not inviting me to graduation yesterday. I'm not sure if it's they or you, but I believe they will invite me next year. I'm a fan of TAMCC, period. I believe in the institution, and I believe what you have done with the leadership of Sister Dr. Wendy Grenade as the chair of the board, and the new principal, I think he's 2 years in or so, who, by the way, comes from St. Andrews. Forget his name at the moment. Abraham, yes, Andrew Abraham. I think they have brought together a dynamism for education in that institution that is now already beginning to bear fruit. So I want to congratulate all you in the state and in the TAMCC and parents at home and so on. I think 81% graduating rate it's okay. But as Eugenia Charles said, her parents used to say, what happened to the 100? But it's a great achievement, and so to the pass rate of 93%. Congratulations, well done, keep it up. Other ministerial statements or comments? I see the request for the floor from our erudite Senator Roderick St. Clair. You have the floor.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning to everyone inside here, and of course, those listening on. The adjective I have to research before my name. Elodite, was it? So I want to make a few comments, Madam President, on the presentation by St. Andrew regarding the TAMCC, because TAMCC is our, we'll say, as he mentioned, our premier tertiary, if you want to say that. Once we have other institutions, this one is homegrown, is of us. And of course, being highlighted with the name of T.A. Marichaud himself. So I have a couple of comments, Madam President. One, the issue of the foundation is good to understand the strategy behind it. Is good. And it would be interesting to see how that roll out and not just be like a name, but have a purpose and a reach in terms of reaching out, and how it is structured and managed, because when you have a foundation, it is an institution by its own self. It's not just a name and maybe a registration. It also has our own resources, management, and persons doing the connection, the lasers, and so on, because that is like an institution by itself running alongside the main TAMCC. So my interest here is how is that going to happen? Is it just like a board of trustees just sitting and looking at that, or would there be administrative staff, and where that is coming from? Is it from the inside the TAMCC itself, or is it going to be supported by the foundation itself? Because that is what foundation does. They normally is a sort of auxiliary. So I'm concerned about that. And how that will be integrated in terms of accountability and the movement of funds and so on. Because based on what was said, is that would be like a way to generate financing on its own without putting pressures on the government system, and that is understandable. So it'll be interesting to understand that. The other thing I want to raise is a community college. From my understanding, it has to really be providing services to the community, especially not only to the business community. I like the idea of lifelong learning, different entry path for persons who maybe would have dropped out in primary school and they have new ways, and this is excellent. But the question at the end of the day, how does that connect to providing a real solution and changes in people's lives, in businesses, and so on? Because at the stand right now, how are the programs really fitting into the needs of the country? You know, we hear a lot of constructions taking place, laying of tiles and putting up of bricks and masons. I hear all the issue of getting back the building technology lab, electrical, and all of those things. How is it going to service the country? And this is a concern. And how do we drive the young ones into those areas rather than just the pure academic part of it? I mean, my dear friend, Senator Luis, I know he went through that technical program, you know, of course. So this is my concern. And the internship period that the students are even having, which is almost like about 6 weeks, it's really short. And I believe in these 2-year programs, you may want to just have 1 year additional, so you extend it to like 3 years program, and you have 1 year. I even sense in the second year of program, they can start going out, you know. There is something called community service. So there's more community service doing than even doing things pertaining to real skills that you are studying in the TAMCC. So I think, and then the students would be better equipped. I mean, I have in my organization, the GCNA, we have partnered significantly with the TAMCC in those areas. And if we can have longer service period, it creates a better bond, get the business community to also contribute greater to this effort through the foundation, etc. So I think, whereas all that is said, there are other opportunities that can be more progressive and quicker in that partnership. As I say, sometimes you have to go together and not go alone. It's good to hear what's going to happen up in Maribo, because we keep wondering. Grenada used to be hosting persons from through the sub-region to the farm school, you know, and so we have lost our way on that. I'm going to go and take a look very soon to see what is happening and to see how this can be transformed, because it has to be. I know the principal has been speaking about this, but you need to see it on the ground and how it's really going to change the landscape across the board. So that we look anxiously at, and how do we incorporate agro-processing, not just, we could say, okay, based on the definition, we will do maybe 2 semesters or 2 courses, but agro-processing is a major direction that we're speaking about in this country. And where is the agro-processing component? I think that, you know, you need to have build that into the program. The issue of all this, everything is e-vehicles and all this solar and all these sort of technologies. How do we cater for that? I mean, we shouldn't have to be worrying about, oh, we go in China for a short course and those things. Or do we have 1 year certification in those areas? So these are some of my concerns. The issue of the pharmacy program, because that has been raised with me sometime in the past, and it's good to hear that this matter is being addressed, and we look forward to monitoring. The last part, Madam President, had to do with the heritage and museum studies. You see, so that I'm saying, I didn't hear agro-processing, but I mean heritage and museum studies. So we know how to be specific, so I think we need to call that one out. And instead of that heritage and museum studies program, we trust that the stakeholders, again, of these programs, which are the business communities and other persons, can be part of those consultation in forming and developing those curriculum. So, for example, would we have some level of foreign languages taught? Not just the culture, but the foreign languages taught, sign languages taught inside of these things. So this would make it more holistic. So these are just some of the comments I want to make, and we look forward to see some results and other reports within, I say, 6 months as to the realities on the ground. I thank you.
Thank you for your probing responses, and I offer the floor to Senator Andrew Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And while I was listening to the Minister of Education contribution, and my mind went back to, well, yes, education. It was reinforced, and I'll say why, by saying the end. My mind went back to Mr. Wilfred Sears. We used to call him Mr. Buggy, principal of Holy Innocent Anglican School. And why that happened is because the first time I've heard in this house a bell rung with such authority, and it has to be in the hand of a teacher. Yes? So I remember when Teacher Sears used to ring that bell for school. My mind just went back there. Cluck, that bell was really rung well. Yes? Yes. No, but it brought back and recognizing, I know that we are lesser developing countries, and many times technology, or we catch up with technology and other trends from the more developed countries. I'm just putting on the table again for the minister's consideration that as we continue to go into more laptops and electronics and the screens for education purposes, we should give consideration to the researches that are coming out from from Norway, Sweden, European nations, as to what they have found, the impact of that means of education on certain aspects of the population. This is not an issue here to say to stop doing it, but just to bear that in mind and to see how we can marry. Yes, but I'm just raising it. Yes, I'm glad to hear that you are, and I respect that given where you are, and pay attention to those research. I mean, one cannot fault places like Sweden, the Scandinavian countries, are not into that for the aspect of just money making. They are driven by the human indices, concern for human well-being. And the fact that they are reversing some of those trends will be important for us. It is good to hear the minister indicate that parents, especially for Form 1s, 2 and 3s, can rest assured that the actual books, except the workbooks, etc., and dictionaries, will be available on the system. That is will be really good, really, really, really good. We know that in the beginning there will be teething issues, and it shows that we are learning from those things to ensure that they are addressed. The question of TAMCC, and my good friend here, colleague Sinclair, he has that way of just probably, speaking of me, yes, let me just say that I would like to see the days, but know that we have TAMCC, it is just one system. So it is no longer GTVI, it is no longer IFE, etc. To be able to operate under this one umbrella, but at the same time, to be able to what we call, especially these days, where skills are what drives this world, where we can see some more practical demonstration of the skills. So for instance, I hope we are not at a stage where we have taken, let us say, electricals, for instance, or we have taken auto mechanics and academize it, or intellectualize it, but we have less practical aspects of it. Yes, the aspect of machine shop, the aspect of where you are able to take things and change things and to make things. I would like to see us being able to marry these two things. So as Senator Sinclair indicated, it is not a question of whether or not you want to do skills and you end up in GTVI, or you want to do academics and you end up in IFE, but where we can marry both, because that's what TAMCC is about. And the other aspect, Senator Andrew, as a proposal, as part of raising funds, right, what they'll call homegrown within the school itself, the aspect of home economics and those divisions, it will be great to see. And this is a catchment of hundreds and hundreds. So you have GBSS, you have high school, you have TAMCC, you have J.W. Fletcher. I mean, you have that area there. Why can't TAMCC, if they don't have it, probably they have it and I'm not aware. You have home economics. Why can't we have somewhere where we can sell food, for instance? So rather than going out to the other supermarket, well, not supermarkets, food stores, out on the street, that can be a center where the students themselves can purchase. Yes? In other words, so it is not just a lunchroom, but it is a business venture. As a matter of fact, you can teach practical business management there. You put proper systems in place, it have that. Yes? It's widely known. So okay, if it has that, I would like to see more of it or hear more of it. Yes? I would like to hear more of it, because my observation from being in Tantin is that during the lunch period, you find a number of people coming out It may mean that you have it there, but it is not catching on. So I would like to see more emphasis being placed on that. So for instance, also in the electrical fields, you can go into arrangements with companies where people get practical experiences, and there may be a fee that can be used within the institution itself. So you're not just dependent on government subsidies, or you're not just dependent on parents having to come up with X, Y, and Z, but these can be additions, right? Properly managed, accounted for, proper system put in place, receipt books, contracts, agreement, and you give reports. And these things can be used to assist in that direction. So these are just some of my contributions I'd just like to make to the minister as they continue to look into new and innovative areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestions of innovation and your queries, Senator Lewis. Are we having any more comments on ministers' presentations? And if we're not, I would like on behalf of the Senator, thank you, ministers, for your updates. To say we are encouraged that the social development of our country, which includes education, is progressing. And I'd like to take I think the central message that has come from this House is congratulations, you're doing well. But please consider that more progressive outcomes are possible and can be had. And I think those are the sentiments that are captured in the specific recommendations around education and TAMCC knowledge marriage with the practical skills and agro-processing and getting again students from various territories to attend the Mirabel School of Excellence. More progressive outcomes are possible. Thank you very much. This item on the agenda is concluded, Clerk.
Item 10, personal explanations. Item 11, motions. Item 12, bills.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Senator David Andrew, you have the floor, Senator. Is that you? I'm seeing the light cross-eyed. You're setting me up. You're tricking me there, Senator. Leader of Government Business, your light is on.
No, Madam President, I'm not capable of tricking you. I don't have that capacity. So, Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of the bill for an act entitled Digital Transformation Agency Bill 2026.
A bill which seeks to establish the Digital Transformation Agency as an autonomous entity with a mandate to lead, coordinate, and oversee digital transformation initiatives across public bodies, shortly entitled Digital Transformation Agency Bill 2026.
Thank you, clerks. Senator Thomas, Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all the stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those so persuaded say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed say nay. Passes. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Minister, proceed.
Madam President, before I present the technical aspect of the bill, please permit me to make a few comments, some introductory remarks. Madam President, there are moments in a nation's life when we need to develop, pass, execute new legislations. And from time to time, we are here to do just that. However, there are times when some legislations are indispensable. And I fully believe, and I am convinced, that this piece of legislation that we are about to bring here today is one of those legislations, one of those moments when we as a nation, and I'm talking about Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, need to pay particular attention. Madam President, our country is maybe going through one of the most significant transformational period in our history. And there are different aspects that we can look at when such a statement is being made. I believe that there are structures that we need to put in place to make those things happen. As I speak, this administration is embarking on modernizing our economy. We are making a special effort in regards to expanding our digital aspect in regards to citizens of this country. And the people who have to deal with the Ministry of Finance on a daily basis will tell you that the service of this ministry in particular, and Grenada on a whole, is improving bit by bit. And people are enjoying that. And having said that, Madam President, we are, as a nation, we are positioning ourselves to really and truly compete in this interconnected global economy. However, Madam President, while these may sound very ambitious, we will not be able to realize them and meet all our objectives if we continue to operate in a fragmented digital system in various entities where everybody is doing their own thing as they see fit. We will experience some level of inconsistent standards because different people using different platforms, doing different things. And so, Madam President, the various sectors may not meet the objective. And the evidence is there to show internationally that nations who have embraced the digital transformation system, they are delivering faster services, they are reducing administrative costs, they are increasing transparency, national security. And in Grenada in particular, there is an urgent call by investors, both locally and foreign, to get these systems up and running. Because coming from the developed world, where you are at levels that people get accustomed to, it will be difficult to make the adjustment when we come to Grenada. So we have to step up. Our country cannot, Grenada must not get left behind. And so I believe that this bill that we are about to discuss and deliberate on today is definitely, Madam President, comes at the right and precise moment in regards to our national development. And I want to say also that I don't want people to just be thinking about computers and software and digital platforms. Madam President, this is about fundamentally changing the way government serves its people. And as our motto says, putting people first. Our objective is to make life easier for our people. And not only serving our people, but the people, the servants. We also want to make the servants. We want to make life easier for the servants. And so it is about creating a better public service that is more responsive, more efficient, and more accessible to our citizens. And as our economy continues to diversify, as we expand tourism, as we strengthen our education system, as the Minister for Education outlined a while ago, as we embark on improving our healthcare system, as we continuously promote investment, and as we embrace this new economy in the world today we call the creative economy, Madam President, our institutions must evolve. And therefore, this legislative framework before us today will ensure that the digital transformation becomes an integral part in our national development. And so, the bill I am about to present will obviously create a better life for Grenadians, home and abroad. And so, Madam President, as I go into the technical aspects of the bill now, Madam President, the bill contains 22 clauses and 2 schedules. Part 1 of the bill addresses the preliminary matters and contains clauses 1 to 4. 4 short clauses. Number 1 basically addresses the short title and commencement of the bill. Clause 2 deals with the definition of new terms. Clause 3 set out the object of the Act as establishing an autonomous agency to coordinate and lead digital transformation across public bodies. And while Clause 4, Madam President, sets out that the Act applies to public bodies. In Part 2 of the bill, it deals with which contains 4 clauses. It addresses the establishment of the agency. Clause 5 gives the Digital Transformation Agency the authority to operate and enter into contracts, manage its own affairs. While Clause 6, Madam President, addresses the function of the agency, which includes streamlining digital services across all public bodies using shared platforms to improve efficiency and system compatibility. Also, Madam President, assisting government agencies improve how they manage digital services to support the national digital transformation. And the third aspect of Clause 6, recommending and advising the Minister of, or any person specified on digital transformation policies, strategies, and operational framework. To give effect to its functions, the agency is empowered to develop and issue directives, codes, standards, and guidelines for all public bodies, to collaborate with other persons in and out of Grenada on digital transformation and digital services for public bodies, and charge fees for the provision of the services. Madam President, there's a very important clause here, Clause 4, under Section 4, Provision 4 under Clause 6, where the agency is mandated to cooperate with entities exercising regulatory functions in relation to the provision of ICT, and all such entities must operate with the agency. In Clause 7, it outlines and it mandates all public bodies to comply with directives, codes, standards, and guidelines developed and issued by the agencies. Very clear. And it also mandates, Madam President, all public bodies to submit any proposed digital transformation initiative to the agency prior to its procurement, development, implementation, and contractual commitments. Clause 8, Madam President, deals with the issue to consult with the agency before determining or approving a matter over which the agency has a function to perform. Now we go to Part 3 of the bill, which contains clauses 9 to 22. And as I go through the various clauses, I will take them one by one, Madam President. Clause 9 deals with the issue of establishing the board of the agency. Clause 10 outlines the function of the board. And the functions of the board includes monitoring and overseeing the agency's daily operation and evaluating its progress towards meeting goals and service standards. Another function, Madam President, is ensuring that the agency receives and manages its funds in a prudent manner. And thirdly, approving the strategic direction of the agency in alignment with national policy objectives relating to digital transformation. In Clause 11, which empowers the minister, after consulting with the chair, to give general policy direction to the board. Clause 12 identifies the Chief Executive Officer as the person responsible for the day-to-day operation of the agency, who will obviously be appointed by the Board of Directors. And this clause also outlines some of the functions of the CU. Clause 13 also deals with some of the functions and outlines in detail what the functions are of the CU. Clause 14, Madam President, gives the authority, the agency, the authority to employ its own staff in order to carry out its function. Clause 15 mandates persons who are performing a duty under the Act or is employed by the agency to keep the secret and confidentiality of the organization, of any documents or information obtained during their employment, except divulging same is required by law. And there are penalties for any contravention of this provision. And I will maybe just read through two of them, Madam President. It says, in a summary, conviction and a fine not exceeding 50,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years. Number two, and on conviction of indictment to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. In clause 16, it deals with the funds of the agency, and again, it itemizes how the monies will be managed. Clause 17 addresses the whole question of monitoring of compliance of public authorities with directives and codes. Clause 18, Madam President, addresses the conduct of digital service audits of the public bodies to assess its operational and internal controls. Public bodies are mandated to grant access and to make arrangement for the agency or persons authorized to carry out the audit. Madam President, Clause 19 addresses the whole question of preparation of a compliance report after the digital service audit. And Clause 20 addresses the corrective measures that must be undertaken by a public body. Again, while we are dealing with this bill here today, from time to time, we may have to do necessary or make necessary legislations, and so Clause 21 empowers the minister in consultation with the agency to do just that. Clause 22, Madam President, provides that on the appointed day, all functions and responsibility of any legacy digital system to be transferred to the agency, including documentation. All contracts, agreements, and undertakings relating to the legacy digital system will have effect and be enforced against the agency. And then we have the two schedules, Madam President. The first one deals with the board of the agency, its constitution and proceedings of the meetings, and the second one deals with the financial provision and accountability. Madam President, having said that, now come to the end of the technical aspect of it, and I believe that good governance in this country obviously requires good legislation, And the decision we make today obviously will shape our future and how government delivers service to its people over the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and for generations to come. I believe that this bill will definitely set the stage. It lays the foundation for a smarter government, smarter institutions, a more competitive environment, competitive economy, especially to operate on a global stage. And in the end, we will have a nation that is more resilient, more equipped, and ready to be part of this global village. And every day, this world is becoming more and more dependable on this digital environment in which all of us embrace, in which all of us make part of our daily life, to the extent that if you drive for 10 miles and you forget your phone home, you may even go back for it, because the whole question of being part of this digital system is real. And so, Madam President, it is therefore my honor and my privilege to present this bill to this honorable House for debate and ultimately for approval. Thank you.
I thank the presenter of the bill, a bill for the Digital Transformation Agency 2026, and open the floor for debate on the bill. Yes, Mr. Erudite himself, Senator, the Honorable.
Yeah, there is no... Yes, so we on this side, myself and Senator Luis, will hold the fort for this bill. And thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make some contribution to the Digital Transformation Agency Bill 2026, as presented by the Leader of Government Business here with us today. It is very important with the introductory remarks by the Leader of Government Business, highlighting that this is to respond to citizens and, of course, speak of investors and other persons to make things better. At the same time, my preliminary research, and I just want to refer a little bit to it from the IDB, International Development Bank, from a blog on the 21st of May 2026, with this caption, "How can we better measure the impact of digital government? 4 lessons from experiments in Latin America and Caribbean." It's always important, and of course, the presenter highlighted about the benefits. The question that was raised with this movement of digitization and to make things better, because that's the question. Because if you're introducing something, does it make it better? And it was interesting how they introduced, if I permit to not to read verbatim, but some of the points that was raised, they said, well, if it's cost too high, digitize it. If people are with problems in accessing service, digitize it. So basically, it's like just digitize. But what was also mentioned in this blog on the IDB, which is important, is not, digitizing is one aspect, but the issue of transformation is also very important. So it's not just creating an app or creating a platform, but it's creating those interfaces that going to make life better, that going to reduce costs and all of those other things. However, amidst all of that, the question really is it really going to make life better? We don't know. In fact, IDB, International Development Bank, says you really don't really know till many time afterwards. So the question asks, with such investment, you have to ask ourselves, is it really going to create the change that we're really hoping to create? It may be, yes, we have a system, but the change may not necessarily happen. So, for example, there is the issue of access of the population. You may have it. It may make life easy, yes, but is it making life of the citizens, of the population better? Because maybe still 40% that is really accessing the service. So it really doesn't change. There is not a net change. And that these are some of the concerns. So I'm saying this to say that sometimes it's good to make that change, but we may not see the results that we're looking for in the immediate. Right? There's another point that was raised also, is that more data does not always mean better results. I think we all know that. Meaning that you may get more persons signing on, but it doesn't really mean that their life is better, our productivity really increase. This is just how they have to do it, because that is what is available. It has to be online, and that's where you have to sign up to get a birth and death certificate, and that's where it is. So I'm saying all of this, that as I go to the bill in a while, the issue of measurement, impact, monitoring, where is that captured? Because this is a tool. It's not just a bill, it's a tool to improve things. Of course, we trust that you may say, well, in the annual reports of the agency, we may be able to see some of those research being done and reports being produced. So that accountability part, for the purpose for which it's produced, is something that we have to not lose sight of. It may sound nice, but it's really creating that change that we expect. Because, in fact, it's sort of difficult to download, but the IDB also has a guide that the document that is produced to sort of provide pointers as to some of the safeguards that we need to do when implementing such. I know this is the bill, because of the regulations and how it's going to be set up administratively, but sometime in the developing of those things, the expectation and the anticipation is not being seen in advance of the sharing and happiness. So that's some of the preliminary comments I wanted to make there. The other preliminary comments I wanted to also share, Madam President, on this is a few things. One, and it may not necessarily have to be captured in the agency establishment, but is considerations that we have to look at downstream, because the regulations is not specified in this. It's going to come at some time. How do we treat with the whole issue of AI? You know, AI is all over the place now. Artificial intelligence is a big word. Does it capture my face, and so anywhere I move in, whether it's in the traffic light or in this complex, the cameras are scanning me and pulling me automatically within the central digital system? Because security, as was mentioned, and it's important, my dealing of government business, is also one of the benefiting functions of this tool. So, AI. In our school system, we speak about different violence in our schools. You have children behaving bad, they have to call the police and all of those things, notwithstanding counselors and all of those things. We have cameras that are going to be connecting and able to monitor and link into all of this. So I'm saying, and nothing is wrong with those things from a security standpoint. Because you're speaking about all public bodies, so it's beyond schools would have to be connected, and I would expect that. The hospitals, the police stations, the post office. And the whole issue of privacy comes into effect, because now more data is available. And how we're not saying that this agency is an agency that is going and monitoring everybody in Grenada movement, all your conversations on your telephone, all your fax and email transitions. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that when you digitize all of this, it means that information will be flowing almost real time in many directions. And how are we going to be using it and securing it and safeguard it? Because privacy not only in terms of us, but privacy in terms of the world. We have seen what has happened to the Great Americas, the systems, stock exchange systems, been attacked by different viruses and hackers throughout the world. How are we going to safeguard? Because now the government, through this agency, is taking an obligation and a responsibility to say, I shall be the host of all your data. Now, before, they are still the host, but it might be in a paper, in a file, in some cabinet, that the world does not have access to it easily. Now, what we are doing, that we're making it more available to the world, not just to the users locally, but to the world. We'll have it. I mean, it happens in our banking system. You turn around someone going to your credit card or your bank card and take out some money in some foreign country. And at the end of the day, you wonder, well, what has happened? Here we are speaking about your whole life, from your death to your birth, to your medical records, to your matters in the court, your whole life. And so the safeguard, and I think that I'm not too sure I've seen in this bill where the part of the function of this agency is to ensure that it itself does not cause the breach of person's privacy. You speak about secrecy and confidentiality, and persons who breach in those things can be charged up to $50,000 and all of those things. But what about the agency itself? Ensuring that the systems which it creates will give us that safeguard and peace of mind for all this data to be hosted generally in one consortium. No. The idea is good, and nothing is wrong, because at the end of the day, having all these different systems not talking to each other is a problem. I mean, it's understandable. It is a problem. And it creates integration issues. And even if it might be able to be integrated, why do you really need to go through these extra steps when it can be done seamlessly? But sometimes in life, even if everything can be seamless, there are upsides and downsides. And those have to be evaluated. And so the question one would ask, what are the risks associated with data privacy, shutdowns? We know. One click, and here, well, the whole Inland Revenue is shut down for the day. or the whole of, but not, no, it wouldn't be just that alone, everything. Now, if you look at Grenlec, for example, is a good example. They have grown to the point when electricity go off in certain places, they can switch and turn and reroute electricity. The question would arise that we trust that these sort of smart approaches would be involved such that they can isolate and still allow certain areas to function. This must be able to be a key factor. The other thing that we also need to consider in all of this, Madam President, is our readiness. Our readiness, meaning the citizens. Our dear sister, Gloria Thomas, Senator, speak a lot of the elderly, training them in ICT and all those tools and so on, which is good. When you look at the population, you then have to ask yourself, how much persons are we talking about? What is the uptick? How ready are they? And all of those things. It's good to have a little training. My good friend, Brother Dabrio, could do all of those things. But he's not there minute by minute with them as they live their daily lives. And so we are saying that we have to ensure that the population is ready to be able to do those things. It means also they have to have access. They must have a proper tool. We're not going to give everybody a tablet. Would there be kiosks in different places that they can access these things? Would they have internet that they can afford? Because yes, internet is affordable, but still, how much persons really do have that access? And access is not just, okay, it's in the house, but do they have it might be in the house, but do that person have a tool that themselves so that if the children gone out and they are alone at home, they have a tool that they can access? That had to be considered. You know, the persons, the medical appointments had to be made. Sometimes even where you're working, the shift system is on your phone and some app. Do you have the sort of equipment to facilitate that? Because I'm saying that we are mandating. You will say, well, that's happening already, man. It's just that we're integrating it. I don't think you just want to integrate. You want to integrate to make it better. For the citizens, the population, more can have access. It's not just that people having better access. You want more persons to use it. The other thing also in this matter, Madam President, has to do with the issue of the staff in those different areas. In terms of the training, building the capacity, because in some cases you'd have new tools might have to be created. Some of those software that they're using right now may have to change based on the recommendation by this agency to be able to comply with new hardware and different communication mechanisms. So training is very important to prepare the workforce to be able to implement this thing, because we could have it, but we're not fully optimized because we're not able to use it properly. In fact, we could recall, I think even when we are moving with this new budget system, you see, oh, the software glitches, and there are certain situations that were developed, and it was blame on the software glitches and training of the persons. A very important point, Madam President, that was raised, because I was reading the document, but it ended up towards the back in Schedule 1, which speaks about the board and the conduct of its meetings. And it was very encouraging to see that it was highlighted, and which it begs an important question after I saw that highlighted, that the board can also meet virtually. The board can meet virtually. So it's specified. But there are several boards, Madam President, whose act or bill does not specify. I think this is page 20, Schedule 2, Clause 11.3. Meetings may be held in person or virtually using suitable electronics. It's good. Now, if it's not specified as that in others, which are, to my general understanding, are having meetings using virtual, does that raise a flag in terms of the validity of contributors in that space? And in that light, it begs the question to me. And you may say, well, we don't need to write it in. But I think it is critical, bearing in mind the issue of we're speaking about the staff and members and confidentiality and secrecy and can have penalties. The question arises, Madam President, I'm in my living room signing up to this virtual meeting. My wife and children and Andre, my friend, is around. While this meeting is taking place, the question is there privacy? Is there secrecy? How is this meeting happening virtually when I am the only one supposed to be in this meeting? Of course, you may say, well, oh, you're supposed to be responsible and scrupulous and you're supposed to be a good boy. We're not saying no, Madam President. But I think that sometimes it's better to be safe than sorry, because when those technicalities do arise, you end up in an out because you didn't cover the situation. As such, it would have been helpful to put some disclosure, more coverage in that statement to suggest that it held virtually, but in a manner that would not breach confidentiality, etc., something, the hearing of others, because it's not clear there. You may say, well, it's supposed to be, we are all human beings, we know, but we also know on the other side what happens. There are persons who, in a room and a hot mic is on and they say things and they say, and the whole public, oh, I didn't say it, you know, it wasn't the press conference, but the mic was on and you didn't know. And then you end up in all sort of, so I think that that is something that could have been considered to protect the member themselves who choose to do that. Because it could happen, It could happen. It should be done in a manner that they alone, who's supposed to be entitled to that hearing and briefing, can be. I had another question also, page 19, disclosure of interests, and 10B. I have a note. It's 10.1 and 10.1B. So it reads here, a member of the board shall forthwith disclose that member's interests to other members where that member is directly or indirectly interested or is connected with. So any contract or other matters which falls to be considered by the board, or any contract or other matters made or proposed to be made by the board. And my note here says, something to the effect of, how does that work? Meaning that this is what is happening, right? But somehow, I was thinking, even before, so I want to appoint St. Louis to this board. I should know, St. Louis, this is the Digital Transformation Agency Board. I want to consider you as an important person to be on that board. At that stage, if St. Louis is away, at that point, that he can be so exposed because of his interests, that should be declared at that point in time, which could determine whether or not he is put further into this unknowingly. Now you may say, well, again, journalists should know these things, so he should just say, Mr. No, after he gets his communication. But I think that should, because in the process of being on the board, those conflicts can arise. Understand that. But the before part, we also have to look at preventative. And I think that how it's written, it basically opens the door for one to be so exposed without protecting them. And afterwards they say, oh, look over there. And then those things create credibility issues, reputational issues, character issues. I'm just saying, in the whole issue of transformation, you want to improve on what you're doing and how you do things. So this was another point I thought that need flagging. Right, then the last point I want to raise on this, Madam President, is the issue of the audit, digital audit. It was interesting to see that allowance was made for, because I know even in the financial audits, the director of audit can even audit maybe more than 10 or 15% of what he's supposed to be auditing because of capacity. And so I was wondering, wow, the financial audit, could this agency have the amount of resources to do that digital audit for all of these agencies, which is the same thing, digital now, ICT now. And it was very clear in one of the clauses, I can't remember exactly which one, it specified that they can also hire outside resource to facilitate that process. Now, and the audit basically, we don't understand, is to see what they have, do an assessment, make recommendation, improvements, etc. The question arises, and let us be practical, let us be reasonable. Even if it's digital, do we really have locally the amount of resources that we need to audit these 20 or 30 or 40 bodies that we're speaking about? I'm just saying, because we see what is happening in the financial audits. They have to get local firms, financial firms, which is very limited. Some even considering going overseas. You have a lot of delays in some of those audits taking place. And so I'm saying that this is a challenge that needs to be looked at and how it will be mitigated. It's a big challenge that this agency will have, because those audits can even become more rapid than even a financial audit. Because the financial audit may not necessarily close down a company, but a digital audit could close you down because depending on what happened, the bug that is taking place, you have to shut down the system, do all those checks and so on. And it means, therefore, that we would need a lot more skilled personnel, highly skilled personnel within this agency. And the question is, where are these persons? Are they available? What is the current human resource capacity? It will be interesting to hear that from the government side. We just speak about TAMCC, but this might be more than TAMCC level of certification that you need in addressing some of these things. So that while it's good to have the bill, and it's nothing wrong in having it, but it's also good to have the ability to execute it. And I trust that we wouldn't have much delay in the implementation of it, because when we do the scan, we realize we don't have sufficient of this. So these are my comments I want to share. And on the last thing I want to mention, the business community and international community integration into all of this is also very important. You know, because remember, we had a bill we discussed about 2 sessions back. Not too sure if you remember that. When we spoke about how the linkage with the Amazon and the different, I'm not sure if you remember that bill, it's some sort of digital thing again, and how all of this integrate into our system. I can't remember the name of that bill right now, but how do we link back into that? So we know that that would lie with the technical persons, but they are raising those flags that in preparation for rollout, we think, and also the safeguard and the backup for these data. We trust that some of these data will be backed up overseas, they're not all in Grenada, in the cloud, wherever they are, so that we can be able to have access to those things. With that said, Madam President, these are my comments for this bill as presented before us, the Digital Transformation Bill 2026.
Thank you, Senator. Your fundamental question is quite interesting. Will it make life better? I think that's the fundamental premise on which it is presented. So let's hear the debate as it continues. Senator David Andrew, will this make life better for Grenadians? Forget the investors for now. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to give full support to this bill, the Digital Transformation Agency Bill 2026. This bill that seeks to establish a digital transformation agency as an autonomous statutory body responsible for leading, coordinating, and overseeing the digital transformation across Grenada's public sector. I would call this a great bill, or probably should I say, a beautiful bill. That is what you call a beautiful bill. A beautiful bill. Yes. The truth is, Madam President, we are 30 years late with this legislation. Grenada is 30 years late with this legislation. But it's better late than never. And so I'm happy to commend it to this House. Just imagine the economies of scale that this is likely to produce. Imagine the efficiency it will facilitate and the advancements it will bring when you have a centralized digital transformation agency. Grenada now joins several other countries, both internationally and regionally, who have gone in that direction, understanding the value that that brings. We can talk about more advanced countries. We can talk about the Singapore's, the Japan, the UK, Canada, New Zealand. Those countries in some way or other have gone to some form of centralized digital agency in their countries, and even in the region. We have countries right next door, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Dominica, Jamaica. Grenada now joins this list. among others. So we're not alone, and there are several of our neighbors and leading countries who have realized the value. Madam President, this bill not only deals with, as outlined by the Leader of Government Business, all of the provisions for the appointment of the board and accountability and the CEO and the roles and functions, but there are a couple elements that stand out to me. One, the obligation for secrecy, for me, is a very strong and positive element of this bill. Since all of the documents and information encountered by employees within the agency will be subject to confidentiality. And there are strict penalties if that's broken. Because we have to understand you're dealing potentially with sensitive information. And so it's important that the legislation allows for that. But then the second element that I want to bring is the incorporation of existing systems, referred to as legacy systems. So all of the systems that already exist as part of any form of individual digital transformation, that too, provision is made for that, to be included, to be incorporated under the agency's function. And that, for me, is a very strong element of this bill. This ensures that standards and objectives of this act will be adjusted to, if not already aligned. I want to point out that this will help mitigate against some of the payment challenges, for instance, that we face from time to time. Sometimes we all clamor, there's some irregularity in payment. And we hear it a lot. But from my experience, there have been occasions where two sets of staff are formed on two different systems. It's probably some on the HCM, some on the SmartStream, and the systems don't speak to each other. So when you issue, for example, the 4% increase, and everybody on the HCM get it, it doesn't happen at the same time for the people on the SmartStream, or it doesn't happen because the systems are not aligned. This is a potential mitigating factor against. This is a fix for some of those. I didn't quite hear that, but right? So this will help mitigate against some of those issues. And the systems are not interoperable. No, that will help with this. The agency would ensure that there's synchronized operation in those systems. And here is where Clause 7 of the bill, which mandates all public bodies to comply with directives, standards, codes, and guidelines issued by the agency, can perhaps be the most transformative and impactful on public sector operations. This could result, and it's likely to result, in standardized government software platforms. And hear me, there are some of those things already here. So it's not, we're not starting from zero. And I want to make it clear, there are some degrees of standardized. So you have the Windows 365, Office 365. You have all persons having accounts across government platforms. And in recent times, there's been a lot more digitization of government services that you pay online and all of those things. So some of that is already happening. But it would see formalized standardization of government software platforms, common cybersecurity requirements, shared digital infrastructure, improved citizen service delivery. You could imagine there's less wait time, and probably persons could do their applications well ahead online, and some of that is happening already. But it will become more commonplace. And better integration between ministries. That's going to be cost savings. And I know the Honorable Senator St. Clair referred to the savings element, but in small economies like ours, we have to always look for efficiency and cost savings once we're getting the job done effectively. How is that relevant to Grenada's development? It is. This is likely to benefit Grenada in several ways. Faster delivery of public service also. reduced administrative cost, enhanced transparency, improved data-driven decision-making. See, because once you can have access to data in more real time from a more centralized source, it's easier. For instance, there has been some discussion and collaboration between the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Social Development to have an interministerial framework for dealing with information concerning children, from the time they're born to when they're registered, when they go to school. Now imagine that data is more readily available to everybody from the time they're born to the time they get registered at NIS or whatever it is. It's a whole lot easier compared to as it is right now. A child gets immunized and the Ministry of Health has that data. When the child comes to school, we don't know for sure. We have to get the immunization card to check to see if the child got polio or if the child got measles, if he got mumps or rubella vaccinations, as the law requires. And so these little pockets and silos, this legislation will allow us to more seamlessly access this data so we know, okay, this is the same child we're talking about. This is the same child who had a developmental delay, and so we need to treat him specially. See? And it makes the whole system likely to be a lot more effective. Would it benefit Grenada, Madam President? Yes, it will benefit Grenada. Would it benefit different sectors within our population? Yes, it will benefit different sectors of our population. Madam President, I can't help but think of the benefits that this could bring to education. For me, this Digital Transformation Agency bill could become one of the most important enabling laws for modernizing education delivery in Grenada. And there is indeed a lot happening. I have reported about the e-testing that we've ensured is happening across all primary schools. I've talked about the fact that all CSEC subjects are being done online. Talked about the coding. So there's a lot happening digitally already within the education sector. But there is so much more potential now that this is happening and there's a legislative framework and a body to overlook and standardize what that transformation should look like to standard. Let's talk about digital classrooms and smart classrooms, and we have some of those. The very TAMCC that we talk about at the Maribor campus that we have a smart classroom. And we have some of the main campus that, we can stream classes live from the main campus to satellite fields. So that is happening. But this will ensure that there are certain standards that are upkept and that you can have the same high quality of streaming taking place, not just at TAMCC, but wherever it's done. And as the ministry moves to smart classrooms more and to have more digital transformation and these processes take place in schools, there's an agency to say this is the standard we operate at. So we see much more of that. Standardized learning platforms, LMS, where students, and the ministry has some of those, because we have the OECS Learning Hub, we have where teachers can access lesson plans, and there's a repository of information and tools available to teachers, the OECS primary harmonized curriculum across the OECS territories, including Grenada. But here, we will get an opportunity, because you could have this here, and you have some schools that have other kinds of systems, who use Moodle, who use this, who use different kinds of systems, because they're all trying to transform digitally. But this would allow us to standardize and ensure that we have benchmark quality across all learning platforms, consistent school internet and network practices. And there have been some moves in that regard. The CASIP project to make sure there's internet access across schools and across communities, access points and all of that. So movement has been made in those directions. But this is stopping it up. This is further advancing. Common cybersecurity standards for schools. So the safeguards. And I heard Senator Sinclair talk about the risk associated and wondering whether or not there was going to be backup. But I'm happy that I was part of a discussion at the cabinet level with one of the IT professionals associated with the Digitization and Digital Transformation Agency, and they talked about having backups, not just internationally, not just out in the cloud, but within our region, so we have certain localized access and backup. And I was pleased to hear that. So it's not just it's going to be out there like it is on Google or wherever it is, but we are going to have our localized backup. And I trust the experts. When I heard that, I felt quite satisfied to allay your fears. Then there's the opportunity for improved student information management, digitizing records. And some of that is happening in some schools. But we will have a template, a mandated online registration and transfers, electronic report cards. And some of that is happening. Some students could access their CXC results online. So in the system, there's a bit of that. But I'm just happy that we're putting it under a particular umbrella that could manage the standards and ensure the benchmarks are properly set, right? And then it allows us to be able to, in real time, look at enrollment, look at school completion rate, look at teacher deployment, look at examination performances in real time. All of these are potential benefits that can be derived from the use of the Digital Transformation Agency within education and the standardization that it can bring. And it could inform better decision-making that's data-driven. It allows us to identify special education needs, as I alluded to earlier. I mean, I can go on and on several other areas of efficiency that this brings, but it also leads to enhanced efficiency across the whole of government. And that is a big one, whether it's transfer of officers, teacher recruitment, leave management, school inspections, procurement, budget monitoring. All of these processes will be enhanced. The resilience and the redundancy in education will improve. We've had the experience of Hurricane Ivan. We've had the experience of Hurricane Beryl. We've had the experience of COVID-19, where we've had to scramble and we've had to learn how to learn without the physical space and the distance. We've learned some lessons. But this, for me, is another step that allows us to cement the practices that we will revert to ensure that the teaching learning process can be more entrenched with or without physical space, in disaster, out of disaster, online, offline, right? It will enhance hybrid learning models as well. And all of this would strengthen the resilience in our education system, right? So for me, as minister, I see this not just as a bill, as an ICT initiative, but I see it as an education transformation enabler. And therefore, Madam President, I strongly commend it to this House for the support and for eventually its implementation across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique to strengthen government functions and certainly the education function in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Thank you for answering the question. Senator Andrew Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I must admit that when I listened to Senator Andrew, a number of times I recognized that he caught himself just in time, because I was starting to wonder what is the level of advancement we had with our ICT in Grenada, and whether or not this is now designed to introduce some things that we don't have in terms of the coordination and the seamless sharing of certain information. But I recognize, all credit to you, that when you recognize where you are headed, you sort of pull yourself back from time to time. No, my understanding of what, of your words, right? Yes. No, and that's good, because I'll tell you why. my understanding of this bill and the setting up of this agency, it is useful for coordinating of the different departments, right? So yes, it will bring in and be tasked with new ideas, digital transformation, etc. And one also bear in mind that Grenada is part of the global community, taking into account our Data Protection Act and other international organizations and committees that we sit on. There are certain things that are expected of us, right? And it's a step certainly in the right direction. Just some questions, and just to be pondered, I guess the colleagues may have thought about those things before. How does it, I know it is designed for coordinating, and because it is laid out as to its objective. But certainly there can be, well, as it relates to the existing ICT ministry and department and the other technical departments within the public service. I know it is also designed for the private sector too, right? But there would have to be ongoing discussions, exchange of information, because I know that the ICT department in the government has done tremendous work along the digital line already. In a nutshell, as the presenter of the bill and Senator Andrew who spoke, I have concluded, based on what has been said and presented there, that it is designed for efficiency, for streamlining, and therefore serious consideration and objectivity have to be given to the formation of that, the staffing of that agency. The staffing of that agency in the sense that we need to ensure that we have qualified persons. It is not just a case of who we know we will have there, because my mind goes, once I saw this and in discussion with my colleagues, the aspect of the Ministry of Implementation and Transformation. Remember, the Ministry of Information and Transformation was designed in the physical aspect, infrastructure, to coordinate. When we look at the percentage of delivery, implementation, the rate of implementation, but as we come here on different occasions, even discussing the budget, we have not seen any significant improvement, apart probably from the first year, in implementation of the different projects and activities undertaken by the government. Therefore, through you, Madam President, given the importance of this digital transformation and the ideas behind it, we ought to learn, and I'm calling out the MIT, because it was advanced as delivering on improving efficiency, etc. And to a large extent, this is the MIT of the digital industry within Grenada. So serious thought have to be given to that. Yardsticks have to be given. Timelines have to be given. Supervisions, reporting, delivery. Those things are absolutely important. The staffing, as I said, have to be important. The staffing have to be important to ensure that we have personnels that can deliver. Personnels who are guided by professionalism, personnel who are guided by understanding that this is not just another job. Because of the implications, because when we speak about infrastructure development, it is more physical, it is more localized. Yes, we have to interact with other agencies, probably international bodies. But this here is a window to our world. This here, as the Minister David, Senator Andrew had indicated, this here interacts with our local public service, or private sector, or international regional bodies in terms of how do you manage that which is existing, because it is not building from scratch, it is integrating legacy platforms, etc. As a matter of fact, one of the most immediate tasks may be synchronizing that which is already existing, because you must do an analysis of where you are. You must understand how these interact with each other. How does the private sector, public sector interact? The systems that we have, the implementation of the 4% I've spoken about, I don't accept that, but I'm just using this as a springboard. And use this as an example, that if any department or any ministry is implementing something new, you do what is called a pilot project. So for instance, Senator, to you, Madam President, if you're, yes, if I immediately recognized where I was going, so I pulled myself back. Thank you. If you're implementing something new, please do it in bits, right, where it can have implications for the wider community. And the staffing is important. If I were to go directly to the bill, because I recognize and accept the importance, so that's not an issue. Yes? My issue is delivery, and not just as another announcement. On the interpretation, that's page 4, it is quite possible that the meaning, interpretation of deputy chairperson, we have to include deputy chairperson before chairperson, gives the same reading as the meaning as chairperson. That's page 4 on the interpretation. If we look, it says here, yeah, it says here, chairperson means the person appointed as chairperson of the board, obvious. Deputy chairperson means the person appointed as chairperson. See, that's to be the person appointed as deputy chairperson. That's an observation. Obligation of secrecy. And through you, Madam President, I would like to get a response from our Attorney General at the appropriate time. The issue of secrecy and confidentiality is absolutely important. But the concern that I have is that that's obligation of secrecy, that's 15.3. 15.3, and I'll just read this here. It says that's on the obligation. The obligation as to secrecy and confidentiality imposed under this section in relation to any document or information under this act continues, that's the question I will have here from you, continues to apply to a person notwithstanding the person having ceased to have an official duty, ceased to be employed or otherwise concerned in the administration of this act. Now that speaks clearly here of a lifetime bond. Speaks of a lifetime bond, and is it possible that there can be different levels of or weight of secrecy? So for instance, there might be, based on the position that you hold within the organization, there are some things you may not be exposed to, because in these management systems, there will be different levels. So would the same level of responsibility be held right across the board for the rest of your life to someone who may not be exposed to higher levels of matters that requires confidentiality and secrecy? That's just my question. In other words, let us say, because remember we are speaking about the agency. This is not just about the board. This is not about just board members, my understanding. Because the board members, I think the membership of the board can only go up to about a maximum of, I think, 7. Yes? So between 5 and 7, the composition of executive and non-executive, I think, where it is 5, it will be a maximum of 4, and of non-executive, etc. So we are speaking about the agency. We are speaking about the staffing. So there's everyone, because that's where the worker now needs to understand that. The worker. So let's deal with the worker now. The worker now who is employed with that agency. And there'll be, as I said, I could appreciate, and I guess we could all appreciate, that there'll be different levels of information that one may or may not be exposed to. So from day one, you see that any employee who is employed in that agency has this legal or whatever possibility of punitive or what action that can follow them for the rest of their natural life. So that's a concern that I have, and I'd like to hear how it could be addressed. And I'm not saying that there should not be obligations even after you leave the worker. As a matter of fact, even in agencies that deal with top national security and other things, there are certain obligations even after you finish. But I don't believe that in all instances it follows you into for the rest of your natural life. I know that there may be provisions through you, Madam President, that where it indicates that as required by law, in other words, you can divulge information based on the requirements of, let us say, some legal proceeding. I'm not too sure where we are with our whistleblowing provisions in Grenada, and as to whether or not, if there is no provision for that in law, and if there is, the Attorney General can remind us. If there isn't, one may need to give consideration to some possibility or probability there, because you're dealing with at different levels where there can be certain information, right? And we know that in some instances, laws may be in defect, and that's why you have whistleblowing, my understanding. It gives you an opportunity, an avenue, to do something outside of what you call the standard legitimate or legal proceeding. Obviously, there'll be procedures to be followed, one would think. So I want to posit that there to get a feedback on this, understanding that this agency is now in charge of, or is expected to coordinate or bring as a central body, right, where all sort of information and other things are likely to pass through. If I then, under there have to be, I know in these days of computers, we have to do some renumbering or some relettering on the functions of the agency. That's 6. Function of the agency. I didn't know the page. My apologies for that. Page 7? Okay, if it is page 7, I've accepted from my colleague, page 7. The first 3 letters are proper ABC. Once we did it ABC, then we went from ABC, then we went to B. So B should change to D, so we need to review that. The lettering should be from A to Q. I was trying to identify the different sections to refer to them, and then I was getting a bit mixed up. So they need to be renumbered or relettered. It should be from A to Q, yeah, on the 6. Yeah, that can be done, just an observation. Yeah, just an observation. So, Madam President, in a nutshell, the objective of the bill, the idea must be commendable. It is in keeping with where we ought to be going, understanding that especially within the public service, but remembering that it is not only for the public service, it's for interaction with the private sector also. They need to have that common agency, that body that can coordinate, and it will call for interaction of the department, the leadership of the departments to understand what is expected here, right? And to recognize the progress made by the ICT department and the other digital bodies or groups within the public service. The role played by CSUT, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, the publicity and the education on the vigilance, because all of these will interact, because he's also responsible for security. He's also responsible for security, and therefore, because these departments are already existing, as the minister has admitted, yes, it would be important to have as seamless as possible that interaction for the proper coordination of that which is existing, because you will no want to transform in terms of new things, but there's existing a whole plethora of activities at the time. And therefore, how do we bring them under this umbrella organization to serve in a more efficient manner, to cut down on time and duplication of efforts. That's my contribution, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. My observation on one part of it is to, in my anticipation of the response to your question around levels of lifelong obligation to secrecy, I wonder whether or not you have, in asking the question, have you not considered that different levels of staffing in the organization would carry with it differing levels of obligation, so that the person who is an administrative officer will not have access to the same information, assuming, of the CEO or something like that. So that might temper the manner in which obligations are imposed and expected to be maintained. But let's hear what our learned senator will say on that when she speaks. You wanted to respond, Senator Lewis? No, not yet. All right, other presenters, is that Senator Gloria Thomas will go. Thank you, Senator Thomas. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today in strong support of the Digital Transformation Agency Bill 2026, as proposed by the Leader of Government Business in the Senate. This piece of legislation is not merely about technology, but about the future of governance in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. This bill represents far more than the establishment of another government agency. It is about fundamentally transforming the way government serves its people. It is about creating a public service that is responsive, efficient, transparent, and accessible to every citizen, regardless of where they live. For too long, citizens have experienced unnecessary delays in accessing government services. Businesses have often encountered lengthy administrative processes that consume valuable time and resources. Public officers have had to rely on manual systems that are labor-intensive and susceptible to inefficiencies. The Digital Transformation Agency will provide the leadership necessary to modernize these systems, bringing government into alignment with the expectation of a 21st century society. From the perspective of the Ministry of Social Development, this bill is not simply about digital systems or software or technology. It is about people. It is about strengthening the relationship between government and the citizens we are privileged to serve. It is about ensuring that every mother seeking assistance, every elderly person living alone, every child requiring protection, every person living with a disability, every family displaced by a disaster, and every vulnerable household can access government services with greater ease dignity, and confidence. Madam President, at its heart, social development is about removing barriers that prevent people from living healthy, productive, and dignified lives. Technology, when used wisely, becomes one of the most powerful tools available to remove those barriers. The Digital Transformation Agency Bill 2026 seeks to establish an agency that will ensure that all government systems are properly managed and effectively coordinated for the whole of government ministries and departments. Every day, the officers within my ministry work tirelessly to respond to the needs of Grenadians. They assist families facing economic hardships. They intervene in cases of child abuse and neglect. They support older persons who have contributed a lifetime of service to this country. They advocate for persons living with disabilities. They respond to emergencies, disasters, and housing crises. They administer social assistance programs and coordinate intervention designed to leave no one behind. Yet, too often, these dedicated professionals are constrained by outdated systems that require excessive paperwork, repeated data entry, and lengthy administrative processes. Valuable time that could be spent helping people is instead spent searching for files, processing paper forms, or duplicating information that already exists elsewhere in government. This legislation offers us the opportunity to change that. Madam President, imagine a young single mother applying for public assistance. Instead of traveling repeatedly from one office to another, carrying documents and waiting weeks for information to move between departments, she can submit an application through a secure digital platform, receive updates on progress, and experience a faster, more responsive service. Every citizen deserves government services that are simple, accessible, and timely. A mother applying for social assistance should not have to visit multiple offices carrying the same documents repeatedly. A young entrepreneur seeking to register a business should not face unnecessary administrative hurdles. An elderly pensioner or a resident of Carriacou or Pitimatnik should not be disadvantaged because of geography. Government services should increasingly be available wherever citizens are, whether at home, in their communities, or abroad. Digital transformation is therefore about people. It is about respecting the time of our citizens. It is about making government work better for everyone. Madam President, this bill also represents good stewardship of public resources. A coordinated approach to digital transformation will reduce duplication across ministries, improve record management, strengthen planning, and make better use of taxpayers' money. Rather than multiple agencies independently developing systems that cannot communicate with one another, this legislation establishes a central institution that will guide national standards, promote interoperability, and ensure that government functions as one integrated system. The agency will also strengthen transparency. Digital systems create accurate records, improve accountability, and provide reliable audit trails. They reduce opportunity for error, minimize unnecessary bureaucracy, and reinforce public confidence that government is operating fairly and responsibly. Madam President, there is also a compelling economic case for this legislation. Today's investors evaluate not only tax incentives, but also the efficiency of government services. Entrepreneurs expect to register businesses online. Investors expect permits and approval to be processed efficiently. Small businesses expect government to be a partner, not an obstacle. By modernizing our systems, Grenada strengthens its competitiveness within the Caribbean and internationally. We create an environment that encourages entrepreneurship, attract investment, support innovation, and create employment opportunity for our people. This bill also prepares our nation for future challenges. We live in an era where cybersecurity is a matter of national security. Government holds sensitive information relating to citizens, businesses, and public administration. As services become increasingly digital, protecting that information becomes even more important. A dedicated agency will help establish stronger standards for cybersecurity, digital governance, and the protection of public information, ensuring that innovation is matched by responsibility. Madam President, as a small island developing state, Grenada has learned painful lessons about the importance of resilience. Hurricanes, natural disasters, and other emergencies remind us that government must be capable of continuing to serve citizens even during time of crisis. Digital systems provide greater continuity, protect critical records, and allow government to recover more quickly when disaster strikes. This legislation also invests in our people. It encourages innovation within the public service, supports the development of new digital skills, and equips public officers with the tool they need to deliver high-quality services. Our public officers are not obstacle to modernization. They are its greatest assets. This bill empowers them to work more effectively and efficiently in service to the nation. Madam President, digital transformation must also be inclusive. We recognize that not every citizen currently has equal access to technology or digital literacy. As government advances this agenda, we must ensure that no one is left behind. Traditional service channels should continue where necessary, while citizens are supported in embracing digital services. Modernization must expand access, not create new barriers. Ultimately, this legislation reflects a vision of the kind of country we aspire to become. A nation where government is responsive, citizens are empowered, businesses are supported, and innovation drives sustainable development. This is not legislation for today alone. It is legislation for the next generation. It lays the institutional foundation upon which future governments, future businesses, and future citizens will build. Madam President, every generation has its defining moments, its opportunities to shape the future rather than simply react to it. This is one of those defining moments. Years from now, when Grenadians interact seamlessly with government services, when businesses are established more quickly, When records are secured and accessible, and when our public service stand among the most modern in the region, I believe this Parliament will be remembered as having had the vision and the courage to act. The Digital Transformation Agency Bill 2026 is therefore not merely an administrative reform. It is a national investment in better governance, greater opportunity, and a stronger, more resilient Grenada. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome, Senator Sybil Francis. You came some while ago. I'm not implying that you just arrived. It's my chance to welcome you and to offer you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you for the grace that you've given me to be at a prior engagement and to still be here to transmit my presentation for records. Madam President, when many people hear the word digital transformation, they immediately think about computers, they think about software, and they think about technology. But for me, when I hear this bill, I think about the heart of this legislation, what it's about. And what I hear, it's about people. It's about making government more accessible, more efficient, and more responsive to the needs of citizens. I hear from this bill, when I read it, how it ensures that public services are designed around the people who use them, rather than requiring people to navigate around the limitations of that system. Madam President, so often we hear the complaints all the time that you have to go here to pay, then you have to take that receipt and go to another department, and then you have to get a stamp and go back to the first place where you made that payment, and then you have to go to another department. Madam President, think about a mother who has a 3-month-old baby or just a toddler, and they have to conduct business at one of our institutions. Can you imagine the frustrations of running around to different departments just to get one thing done? So, Madam President, I welcome this bill because I see what it can do for our people. I also see this bill as an opportunity. And just when I came in, I got part of Senator Sinclair's presentation, and he raised a very fair concern, the one that speaks to the current human capital necessary to effectively implement a digital transformation agenda of this magnitude. And as I stated, to me it's a very fair concern. However, I submit that while those deficiencies may exist, our human resource capacity also has the opportunity waiting to be explored and fulfilled. Madam President, I see tremendous potential in leveraging the talents of bonded students who have benefited from government scholarships and in harnessing the skills of many of our young people trained in information and communications technology. I see that as an opportunity. And for years, we've heard the criticism that people spend too much, that our young people, they spend too much time on technology and that they are constantly on their phones, computers, and digital services. Well, Madam President, they are constantly on their phones and so on, so here lies a perfect opportunity to transform what some view as weakness into a national asset. Madam President, for me, this agency presents another opportunity, and that is to engage young people in meaningful employment and national development. It allows us to tap into the talents of software developers, data analysts, cyber security professionals, system administrators, digital content creators, and ICT graduates who are eager to contribute to their country. And I know at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Madam President, we have engaged our young people in a series of cybersecurity training. And here's a perfect opportunity for them to be gainfully employed under this transformation agency. Madam President, as Parliamentary Secretary with responsibility for youth, I view the agency's mandate to support capacity building, institutional development, and the promotion of competencies and professional standards in digital services as an operational function and also a pathway for youth empowerment and workforce development. Madam President, we often speak about youth unemployment. We often speak about preparing young people for the jobs of tomorrow. The reality is that tomorrow has already arrived. And I echo the sentiments of Senator Andrew when he said we are a lot of years too late in implementing this. The digital economy is no longer emerging, and that's a fact. The digital economy is here. The countries that invest in digital skills today will be the countries that remain competitive tomorrow. This bill gives us an opportunity to create a pipeline of young professionals who can support the modernization of government while simultaneously gaining valuable experience and contributing to national development. Now, let me be clear, Madam President, there is absolutely nothing wrong with our senior public officers learning new technology. Lifelong learning is something that we should all embrace. However, we must also recognize that many of these officers already carry significant responsibilities and workloads. One practical solution is to create a bridge between the experience and the innovation, pairing the institutional knowledge of seasoned public servants with the technological expertise of younger professionals. Madam President, every day we hear the frustrations of citizens. We hear the complaints. We also hear the concerns of those in the diaspora, Madam President. We hear the concerns of business owners who spend valuable time navigating administrative processes themselves. And we just had the diaspora homecoming, and that was one of the standout points at those consultations, where they wish to conduct business here in their homeland, but they often have to wait until they're physically present in Grenada. So that's probably during the summertime or during the Christmas time. And many make plans to complete transactions while they're on vacation, only to discover that a missing document or an administrative hurdle prevents them from doing so. Can you imagine, Madam President, leaving abroad and you plan to come home on vacation? Okay, these are the things that I'm going to accomplish while I'm here. I'm going to register for this, I'm going to, whatever it is. And then only to be told, well, you need this piece of documentation, but you did not walk with it. This digital transformation agency is one of the ways that this can be curbed, and our diaspora population can benefit tremendously from this. These may seem like small inconveniences on an individual basis, but collectively they affect productivity, efficiency, investment, and citizen satisfaction. This is why I believe that the functions outlined in these bills are so important, Madam President. The agency is mandated to support the streamlining and consolidation of digital services across public bodies, to promote interoperability, facilitate shared digital platforms, improve service delivery, and build institutional capacity throughout government. It's one of the reasons why I support this bill. The benefits of this bill extends far beyond technology. This is about making it easier for a farmer to access services, Brother St. Clair. Making it easier for an entrepreneur to start and operate a business. Making it easier for a young professional to interact with government. Making it easier for a diaspora to remain connected and engaged. Making government services more efficient, more transparent, and more citizen-centered. Madam President, in the Ministry of Youth, we often speak about moving young people from participation to leadership, and this bill presents a practical opportunity to do exactly that. It allows us to move beyond viewing young people as beneficiaries of programs and instead recognizing them as contributors, innovators, problem solvers, and partners in national development. Normally, Madam President, when the shoe is on the other foot, it tends to squeeze. But in this case, Madam President, I invite us to imagine something different. I want us to imagine a shoe that fits comfortably, a one-size-fits-all. Imagine citizens being able to access those services seamlessly. Imagine businesses spending less time navigating bureaucracy and more time creating jobs. Imagine public officers equipped with the tools necessary to work more efficiently. And imagine our young people not merely consuming technology, but helping to design it, helping to implement it, and lead Grenada's digital future. This is the opportunity before us. And this is what I see in this bill, Madam President. And this is the promise of the digital transformation. And this is why I support this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you for your contribution to the debate, and for hers, I offer the floor to the Honorable Claudette Joseph, who will now make her contribution to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to give my full and unreserved support to the bill now being debated in this Honorable House. Madam President, on assuming office in 2022, this administration, after several deep dives and retreats and consultations, obtaining advice, introspection, all of the above, Madam President, we identified some key pillars. In fact, this process started well before assuming office. At the time when we were vying to become the administration, and it continued after. And Madam President, we identified 4 top priorities: healthcare, youth, skills, training and transformation, housing, and digital transformation. Those were the 4 ones. There were others, but those were the ones that, after all the assessments...
You pass, Senator, you pass.
Yeah? Yes. Yes. All the ones, these came out on top. And the general public will observe that in all respects, we are putting a lot of energies focusing on these key pillars of transformation that have been identified. So, Madam President, the enactment of legislation that will bring into being a specialized agency for digital transformation in Grenada goes without saying. It's a natural step in the process of us as an administration delivering on the matters that we promised our people we would deliver on to move our country forward. But, Madam President, the drive towards digital transformation, I must say, started even before we assumed office. Because, Madam President, the Digital Transformation Agency will help to crystallize a central component of our transformation agenda, which is supported or is assisted with being propelled by a World Bank finance project titled Digital Governance for Resilience, DG4R. And Madam President, the reason why I say that the idea or the notion of digital transformation and digital government predates us is that the DG4R project is one of the projects that when we assumed office, we met ongoing. It was not at the pace it should have been. With our new drive, focus, and energies, we were able to give it a much needed shot in the arm to get it accelerated and more aggressively implemented. But Madam President, we must commend those who went before us for also having the foresight to understand that in order for us to have efficient government into this period of technology-driven growth, development, governance, the Digital Governance for Resilience project was conceived. Madam President, also included in our National Sustainable Development Plan 2020 to 2035, again, an initiative that predates us coming into office, but in relation to which we, when I say we, I mean the party in office, the National Democratic Congress, was very much involved in as a stakeholder organization, because the way the National Sustainable Development Plan was conceived, in fact, it was not conceived by government at all. It was the NGOs led by Sister Judy Williams of blessed memory, as we got into the structural adjustment program, and government sought to get broad support for the program. It was the NGOs that led and in fact demanded at some point, say, look, we're not supporting this new IMF structural adjustment program thing unless we engage in long-term development planning. And that is how, I know because I was part of it. And so that is how the National Sustainable Development Plan was born. In fact, the then government had to be dragged to the table to get this done. Eventually, when they were sold on it, they were well sold on it. That is true. I was part of it. And it had to be done. This was a condition. This was a condition when the social compact was formed. This was a condition insisted on by the NGOs, that we must engage in long-term planning. And that is how the National Sustainable Development Plan was born, 2020 to 2035, and that plan highlights public sector modernization and digital service delivery as key development priorities. So, Madam President, the establishment of this digital transformation agency by the legislation we are debating today is the culmination and bringing to fruition of all of these efforts and all of these expressions and desires of our people over the years. The establishment of the Digital Transformation Agency, Madam President, is also consistent with our regional commitments under the CARICOM single ICT space and the OECS digital strategy. And both these regional initiatives promote regional interoperability, digital public infrastructure, and coordinated e-government reform. And Madam President, I could tell you, for example, the issue of, from my ministry's perspective, the issue of going into e-filing for the registration of businesses and incorporation of companies. That is a CARICOM-driven initiative. Madam President, in fact, we have just completed, in the last few months, the digitization of all our corporate records at the company's registry. And that was made possible by a CARICOM-funded initiative under CARIP. So, Madam President, we are already in motion, moving as one region as we seek to enhance our economic viability as small island states. So, Madam President, the Act, once passed, will confer legal personality under the legal personality of the Digital Transformation Agency, so that it means that it can act in its own name, it can enter into contracts in its own name, it can sue and be sued in its own name. And the agency will have the mandate and governance structure that will look after all of the matters relative to data, digital transformation. It will also, the legislation that will define the roles and responsibilities of ministries, departments, and agencies of government, the board of the agency. It deals with all of these administrative, functional matters and operational matters. But at the heart, the agency will bring together in one cohesive space the ideas that we've had and held for a long time of moving into digital, paperless government. We came in and we saw efforts, but everything was scattered, piecemeal, not properly choreographed, not centralized. And this is what the Digital Transformation Agency will take care of. So, for example, Madam President, one of the reasons why we have not, having digitized all the records and so of the company's registry, and haven't brought us to a position where, in theory, we can accept e-filings. Our desire is that when you file or incorporate a company or register a business, you should get your TIN number one time. You do that at the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office. You should get your TIN number. You should get your NIS number in one seamless interaction with the Corporate Affairs Office. Part of the challenge we had in getting all of this done is that the system set up at CAIPO needs to speak with the Inland Revenue Department, the system at Inland Revenue. It also needs to speak with NIS. Everybody needs to be speaking with each other. And that's what we mean by interoperability. And that's one of the reasons why we have not gone online to the public as yet. Because we want, when a person comes into CAIPO, to incorporate a company, they not only get the certificate of incorporation, but they also get their TIN number, so they don't have to leave Lucas Street and then go down to the Carenage, and then leave the Carenage and walk across Melville Street to get all of that done. This will make, Madam President, for ease of doing business. It would enhance Grenada's status and standing in terms of ranking for ease of doing business globally. Because that's what we mean when we talk about ease of doing business. How many government agencies you have to interface with independently because their systems don't speak to each other. The Digital Transformation Agency, Madam President, will help us to make all of these things possible, because you're dealing with one agency to which all ministries, departments, and statutory bodies are subject to. They all have to speak to each other. And this is what the Digital Transformation Agency will achieve. So, Madam President, what we are doing is crystallizing and bringing to fruition the desires, dreams, and intentions, not only of this administration, but of those who went before us. And Madam President, the rationale for the establishment of the Digital Transformation Agency is clear, and it's based on certain institutional gaps that exist. For example, the lack of adoption of the Digital Grenada strategy. And that is, as I said, that is all this, the lack of this Digital Grenada that informed the DG4R project, but it wasn't happening. Like a lot of things, it was kind of in the pipeline too. And so we are continuing to unclog pipelines, and happy to do so, Madam President. The absence of a national enterprise architecture to guide public sector digital investments and system design and government. We have different ministries and departments of government, perhaps needing to accomplish similar or in some instances identical matters, and each engaging a different software provider. When with a digital agency, Digital Transformation Agency, we would be dealing with one body. A ministry would need to do, for example, a software subscription or something of the sort, going to the Digital Transformation Agency, who may already have a relationship with a software provider out there and can just bring that ministry under an existing account. In the current dispensation, each ministry and department is negotiating independently and separately with software providers. And sometimes you're spending a lot of money. So this would also help us to save on these matters such as subscriptions and purchasing of software and so on. We also had facing us inconsistent adoption of technical and data governance standards across ministries and departments, and that's part of what I just spoke about. On the development of shared digital infrastructure, including foundational platforms for e-payments and citizen services. My colleague, Minister for Education, spoke to that. And sometimes when government and public officers get a lot of flack, some people here get paid, they start to work, a lot of the times it has to do with software issues, where there are different streams under which people might be paid, and the streams are not speaking to each other. Not only across ministry, but sometimes in the same ministry. You have different systems, and so some people slip through the cracks. So a Digital Transformation Agency would help to iron out all these kinks that we see happening from time to time. We also see, Madam President, as in the current dispensation, limited institutional capacity to design, execute, and monitor digital transformation initiatives in a coordinated manner. And I would add to that I don't know, it must be something with the techie guys. They're very territorial, about their stuff. So I would give an example for, at our ministry, we needed to establish a few platforms, and so when we launched the Office of Consumer Affairs, we wanted to go directly into enabling the public to file complaints online instead of doing the paper transaction. As we opened this office in 2024, we say, okay, let's go digital one time. We also have had to set up a compensations claims portal because we inherited a lot. Right now we are dealing with people whose property were acquired as far back as 1980 and 81 and 82 for the construction of the international airport, for example. And successive governments just never paid the people for their land. Just never paid the people for their land. And so, also in relation to the settlement of the arbitration relating to the Kewana Bay development, part of what we had to do to deal with the volume of claims, including those existing long time when I was in Form 1 and 2, and new ones, we had to set up a compensation claims portal where people can submit their claims online and then we process it at the back end and respond to them and so. And because we didn't necessarily have a centralized agency such as what we are trying to put in place now, as a ministry we had to get an IT specialist to help us set up those portals and so. And sometimes we found things took a little longer because access had to be given by some of the guys in IT and they were taking a little while to give the access. And sometimes you get a sense that people feel that others, you're trying to move forward, but they feel that others are encroaching on their territory, that kind of thing. So this digital transformation agency would eliminate all of that because we would have one place doing all this work for all government departments, ministries, and statutory bodies. Also, difficulties in upskilling and attracting capable resources to fulfill key roles required for implementing digital strategy. That, too, Madam President, is a gap that we now face, that the coming into being of the Digital Transformation Agency, we expect will fill. And of course, in all of this, we are moving and we are, well, not moving, we are well into the technological era. We have AI in all things now, and we still don't have legislation to deal with AI. So the technology and the pace and so on moving ahead of all of us, and not just Grenada. It's a global issue because even some of the first world countries don't have legislation dealing with AI and so yet. So, and with all of this happening, government going paperless and so, we lacked a legal and regulatory mechanism that would oversee and guide the digital investments across and digital conduct across the public administration of our affairs. So, Madam President, this legislation will fill these gaps, we hope. And of course, where the gaps are not fully closed, we can always enhance the legislation with amendments going forward. So, Madam President, the agency, the legislation will confer, as I said before, authority onto the agency to exercise cross-cutting oversight and coordination and coordinate functions across ministries, departments, agencies, statutory bodies. It will establish institutional independence to carry out its mandate with functional autonomy. And that is important, Madam President, because sometimes public service bureaucracy, which is well entrenched, can serve to slow down processes. So to give an independent agency the authority and mandate to carry out these functions in an autonomous way really would help in our thrust for digital transformation. And the law, Madam President, will provide a statutory basis for the issuance of technical directives, standards, and compliance mechanisms related to digital initiatives and infrastructure. And the agency will be able, as I said before, to enter into contracts, manage shared platforms, engage with development partners, and service the needs of our people. So, Madam President, I know we're going to go into the committee stage, so I would opt at present not to go too much into the technical aspects of the sections of the legislation, because we will have an opportunity to do that. So with this overview, Madam President, I wholeheartedly commend this legislation to this Honorable House, and I'm happy that we are now having rolled out Project Polaris, the Youth Transformational Skills Program, Project 500. We are now bringing into being the Digital Transformation Agency by the passage of this legislation. And so we are always happy to keep our word to the people of Grenada. As we say, promise made, promise kept. All that we do is towards transforming Grenada into a better place, not just for us who live and inhabit Grenada now, but for the generations to come in the future. And as we focus on that, ensuring we leave a better Grenada, we always have to ensure that something good is happening for the people of Grenada. As we say, things happen. How do we say it again? Things happening. Thank you, Madam President. Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you. I think this brings us right back to the mover of the bill, presenter of the bill, leader of government business in the Senate. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Madam President, let me express my gratitude to all who have contributed in some way or the other to the debate here today. And also, let me say thank you to the people in the Ministry of Legal Affairs who have prepared this very important piece of legislation, this bill, all who have contributed to making it happen. We say a heartfelt thank you. And I'm very happy to stand here as leader of government business to present this bill to the House, and I'm really impressed by the level of support that has been expressed by every member in this sitting. Unfortunately, we didn't have the input for the debate from the other members absent, but I'm quite sure the fact that none of them reached out to us that they have supported this very important bill. And I look forward to the House going through the rest of the proceedings and ultimately approving this bill. So I now commend this bill to the House.
Thank you very much, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Digital Transformation Agency Bill 2026.
Thank you, Minister. Senator?
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Thank you, honorable members. The question is that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes. And we are now in Senate. Thank you. In committee. As we consider the bill, I think it would be part by part rather than clause by clause, the way it's presented to us.
Establishment of the agency.
Honourable members, the question is that part 2 of the bill, the establishment of the agency, would form part of the proposed legislation. All those who are of that persuasion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay.
Just
Senator Lewis. Thank you.
I was just trying to see, is it necessary, well, that's part one probably, is it necessary, the issues that I raised for corrections, I'll just take it that we'll just accept it, so I wouldn't go over it again, yes? Yes, I'm just saying that is noted, rather than, yeah. Yeah, just noted. Yeah.
Senator Joseph, please respond to the query of Senator Lewis regarding our procedure.
Yes, Madam President. The answer is yes. We just have to note it for the correction to be made because they are basically typos. Well, perhaps you should raise it so that we would say, you would record that it was passed with amendments.
Thank you. In particular, therefore, the question of the consideration, if not duty, of the deputy chairperson, since it is a direct repetition. Yes. So, should we anticipate that will be correct?
Yes, that amendment can be made.
Is there anyone?
It is in part 1. So we're not in part 1 now?
No, we're in part 2.
Okay.
Yeah, we go in part 2. So the lettering, that's 6. So we should just, it's just the lettering that needs to be arranged. Because it's sort of jumbled up, a repetition of.
All of that would have to be fixed.
Yeah, because they would have material significance, yes?
So from T, so after C, everything after C will change.
Yes, after the first C.
After the
it
first
will be
C,
D,
yes.
E, F, G, yeah.
Yes.
And it will end
so
at
it's
O.
6-1, from the second B.
Yes.
All of that numbering will have to be
lettering.
Corrected. Sorry, lettering.
Yeah.
Will have to be corrected.
Yeah. Alphabetically.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm with you. From the second B, it will be relettered. Let the records show. We are all in agreement. Good. Part 2 has passed and carries with it the obligation for correction as have been identified. Thank you, Part 3. Right, so for anyone following, we repeat for clarity. Clause 6, subsection 1 begins 1A, 1B, 1C, and then it repeats B, C, and D. We have and are now agreeing to correct the lettering to be consistently or progressively A, B, C, and D, and follows. Is that clear, Clerk? Leader of Government Business.
Part 3, Governance and Administration.
Honorable members, the question is that Part 3,
Madam President.
Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much. I have a question on the 15.3, the aspect of the continued responsibility for secrecy, taking into account there might be varying levels of within the agency, because it says clearly here that once you are no longer engaged, for whatever reason, the secrecy obligation continues for the rest of your natural life. And I wanted to know whether or not there can be a provision, or if there should be a provision, be taken into account that is the agency we are speaking of now, and not, let us say, the board. And there'll be different levels within the management structure. So let's say, for instance, one of the lower functions within the ministry, and the level of the information that they may come across may not rise to a high level of secrecy or potential to create harm. Yes, they are no longer engaged in the agency, so they retire at age 65 or 60. That obligation to speak, that if they mention something that is of, I know within different businesses, there are different responsibilities. And therefore, the lower you are in the organization, so for instance, the level of the confidential document that you may sign, and it may impose a restriction on you. It may imply that, let's say, 1 year after, 2 years after, something like this. But in this case here, it is for life. I'm just asking. I don't have a position on it. I'm just asking if we think that this cash blank, total obligation for everybody, regardless of the level that you are, through the rest of your life, if it is something that needs to be reviewed. Just asking the attorney. Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
All right. Before the AG give a legal comment on it, you know for a fact that this digital world, there are a lot of personal things involved in it. And if you take your WhatsApp group, for example, the agents will definitely have access to your information if they really want to, although they say it's encrypted. But if the security of the country needs it for public good, they will utilize it. But even though you are a junior officer in an institution, at some point in time you might be called upon to act in a position that gives you access to very important information. Now your position, what you're questioning, if maybe have it in tier, whereby people in the subordinate positions or lower positions really and truly should be given a different time frame rather than given have to maintain confidentiality for life. I don't know if in that particular area you may want to have that tier, but really and truly you want to you want to protect people's personal information, especially when they are called upon to deliver it. AG?
No, I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah.
It depends on what you come across. So for instance, and this I was just wondering, in other words, the way the bill is written, on my understanding, yes, 15.3. Yeah. One may expect everyone within that agency to sign on to secrecy, the way they treat information, right, as a standard requirement. However, I was wondering about the possibility or the probability that there might be some, would there be some level of weight placed on the nature of the information that you have? And that's just probably I'm not clear, but I'll just cease. Yeah.
But if you're a police constable, you're still a policeman. If you're an inspector or the commissioner, you're still the commissioner, you're in the institution, and I guess it calls for a certain level of confidentiality within this institution. I remember when I joined the public service, my first couple of weeks of orientation program, we had to sign that confidentiality. I'm not too sure if it's been done still, but I mean, we had to sign that, and there were no distinction in terms of being it was just for public officers, so it was across the board. And even today, I think the digital world it calls for a higher level of confidentiality. So we may just want to have it across the board. I don't see any, but AG will give you the expertise advice on that.
Well, leader of government business, your latter response there is basically what I was going to say. This is not dissimilar from what currently obtains under the regulations governing public officers. There's a level of secrecy and confidentiality with which all information from the office attendant right up to the secretary to the cabinet, all information that come within their knowledge are to be treated as confidential. And that is why on the rare occasions when that confidentiality is breached, it constitutes misconduct under Section 78, I think it is, of the Public Service Regulations. And that could subject the officer to disciplinary proceedings. So occasionally when public documents are leaked, you would see anonymity attaching to it because the leakers know that it's an egregious offense to do so. And so the same principle applies in this case, and as the leader of government business says, based on the nature of this legislation, very sensitive information may come into the knowledge or possession of staff and officers of the Digital Transformation Agency. So it is very important to have such a provision and to create the consequences as are being proposed at sub-clause 4, which provides for it to be a criminal offense with a fine of $50,000 or imprisonment to a term of 3 years for breach of the section. And it may also be an indictable offense, depending on the nature and severity of the breach of secrecy or confidentiality. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So you have helped me now. The leader of government business spoke about an attendant, for instance. Let's say attendant is, and you have indicated that Section 4 makes provision for based on the level of severity. Yes, the fine. So, yes. So here you have identified that there can be varying levels. But one thing that is common based on Section 3 is that requirement is on you for life. And I'm saying, based on what you have said, that Section 4 allows. So for instance, let's take for instance, one could understand you use an attendant. So I'm going to use an example of an attendant. Would that same requirement, would it be reasonable that, let us say, for instance, something as to, if the attendant heard a conversation, yes? Let us say that does not have any national security issues or so. But during the, allow me to finish. Yeah, thanks. If during their employment they were to make reference to that, so for instance, someone signs a check, or you want to know who gave authority to sign that check, right? And let us say there is something that says that, look, the proper procedure was not followed. Yes? If during their employment they were to go and speak about that, one could understand that. But let us say 10 years after, they say, well, you know, when it was Andre that didn't follow proper procedure. 10 years after, you're saying that I can be subjected, or should be subjected, right, to that same level. You see, this is what Section 3, in my opinion, does. And because you used, I didn't want to name a position, but I'm using office attendant. So for instance, something is said that, look, in Company B, or in Department A, that work was tendered out, he didn't follow the proper procedure. Andre authorized it, although it was not within his purview. If attendant B goes to the media, goes to the public and divulges that, one could understand that consequences ought to follow. But let's say 10 years after, 10 years, you have retired. Are you saying that that person is held to the same level for life as to some higher degree? And that's the concern that I have. I mean, I'm not prolonging it, yeah, but I'm just placing that there.
But you have to remember that if something had happened to T.A. Marichaud many, many years ago, and it was to be exposed to the general public now, remember, he has a legacy. He has children, he has grandchildren, he has a lot of people. I'm saying it to say that this is digital we're talking about, and this is a lot of confidence. People need to have the secrecy and the information guarded. And if you want to, if you are exposed within the partitions or the realms of an institution, it doesn't matter what position you hold, you have access to things. There are a lot of times sometimes we have to call upon the office attendant to sit in as the receptionist, or to sit in and take the phone calls because the minister secretary couldn't make it at work today. So although the position he or she holds seems to be ordinary, but they find themselves in positions that extraordinary, and that in itself, if we tweak the law to accommodate positions, then you're limiting yourself in terms of people's movement, even within their own institution. And I really and truly, I think it may cause a problem. So to play the game safe, I think I will support the laws.
No problem. I'll make last point on that. Through our representation at the private sector workplaces, and we deal with places with the highest levels nationally. We have always advised workers and companies, and the legal department has agreed that all depends on the level that you are at. There are certain levels of security you don't sign, secrecy, and penalties. As I'm just placing that there, there isn't a cash blank, because a CEO is expected to have access to a high level of than an office attendant. And how you treated the information, so I'm just placing that there. It is there. That's just a concern that I have, and I've left it.
But I know if it's a good comparison with government and the private sector. Remember, we have a national obligation.
The Chair.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I'm saying that we have a national obligation on the private sector may have the confidentiality within their own little quarters there. But the overall thing is the government that is responsible. So it might be different, says Senator Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you for posing the question, Senator Lewis, and for the gracious responses from the leader of government business and his team. And the upshot of it is, as I follow, that you have precedent from the general public business worker community, but that this is the standard that holds now, said the Attorney General, and that in fact an obligation is an obligation. It follows you wherever you are. And I would add to it that this is for a court to decide, if it comes to that. But an obligation is an obligation. I think a secret is a secret. If you have access to secret information, it is expected that that will be honored. So in other words, the language stands, the interpretation has precedent and basis, and we proceed. Senator Lewis. Sorry,
Because the part that I was addressing had to do with confidential. It says secrecy and confidential. So I just not really expecting a response, but just saying that confidential because it links two things. It says here in the deal with as secret and confidential. So it's two different things.
Yes.
But I rule. Yes.
Thank you. So the language stands. While we're about to enter part 3, there was a question, not sure if it was a rhetorical question raised around the foundation. Is there need for any clarification on it now before we put it to the vote? I think it was you, Senator St. Clair, who talked about the sustainability of the foundation. Is it you?
That was thank you, Madam President. The foundation was with the term CC issue.
Ah.
Yeah. But I had a comment. It's sort of not 100% related to this bill, but based on Senator Joseph's comment, referencing, well, in the public service, the same thing applies, not necessarily in terms of the penalties, but in terms of secrecy. And it dawned on me, or it triggered that, no, this is a seamless thing in space, not necessarily in a cupboard in this department or in that statutory body. Is there consideration for how do we treat with this secrecy issue now that it is in this open space with persons who not working in the statutory in this digitized transformation agency, but in another statutory body? How do we treat with because they would have obligations also to me. Even if it's not covered in the bill here, how do they ensure that, how do we ensure that their level of secrecy that they maintain for this digital space is maintained? Because one can argue, and of course Senator Lewis will argue when the time comes, in terms of equity, in terms of how we treated workers' rights and privileges. And of course the court may decide and may then find that they're all exposed equally to data, and then these persons at the agency become in a higher degree of pressure because they've seen everything. And I think that might be the concern with Senator Lewis is saying that everything is converging at that point. And the persons who are, if you want to say the originator of the different data in the different bodies, literally would have little obligations. And so this agency itself, maybe, in the setting up of these protocols and all this design of software and all those things, which sounds exciting, need to look at how they themselves ensure that the systems are guarded and protected by secrecy, by users of the system. And that is why I mentioned earlier that at some point, this agency can find itself in serious issues with citizens and businesses in the law because of security and privacy issues. And this is very fundamental.
But, Madam President, please.
Yes, government business.
I just want us to, we seems to be limiting the discussion to just the employee and the pressure that the employee will be under. But the real issue here is trying to protect the third party and the people's information that is being deposited there. And that is the real issue. So the discussion comes across as though we're searching for the liberty of the employee to take information that would not cause any consequence to him or her. But the real consequence will be to the third party that we're trying to guard and protect. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Senator Sinclair?
Yeah, I think we agree. Right? We agree that is this protection we want to ensure happens, but done in a manner that to ensure that the protection takes place. You know, it's to ensure that the persons who are concerned about the data, the business person or whoever data, or the private citizen data. Yeah.
Senators,
okay.
One conversation, please. At the end of the table, one conversation. Senator Sinclair, you are complete.
Yeah, no, I think we okay. Yeah.
All right. Any other comments? Random thoughts? Yes, all right, we can proceed. Thank you. I've just opened up this space because once we put the question on part 3, there won't be a chance to go back on the 8 or 10 or 12 clause contained therein. So all the clauses should be, all the items on the clauses should be put forward now so that we could vote on it as a block, part 3. Right. So we can go to part 3, is my question. Yes, prior to taking the vote on part 3, is there any need for clarification because it contains 10 or 12 clauses? If the answer is no, then we proceed. I see Senator Lewis says the answer is no. I'll take that. And the question is, honorable senators, that part 3 on governance and administration forms part of the bill. All those who are in agreement with that say aye, and those opposed say nay. Part 3 passes.
Schedule 1, Board of the Agency, Constitution, and Proceedings of Meetings.
Honorable members, the question is that Schedule 1 forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Schedule 1 passes.
Schedule 2, Financial Provisions and Accountability.
Honorable members, the question is that Schedule 2 forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Schedule 2 passes.
Part 1, Preliminary.
Honorable members, the question is that Part 1 forms part of the bill.
Yeah, taking that. Taking that. Do I need to know?
Senator Lewis.
Yeah, because we are now on the Part 1. Do I need to now address it? Yes. So on the interpretation, Section 2, Deputy Chairperson, we need to insert the word deputy, so it should read deputy chairperson, means the person appointed as, insert deputy chairperson. of the board.
Yes.
Yes, you have to insert deputy.
Thank you, Senator Lewis, presenter of the bill. Presenter of the bill, you have the floor, Senator. No? No. We're just seeking your agreement on interpretation regarding deputy chairperson. Can't see him. Senator Francis, is that a hand? Right, so it reads now that deputy chairperson means the person appointed as chairperson. And that is incorrect.
Oh, well, I said we all support.
Yeah.
See them. In agreement? Agreed. Deputy is inserted. All those in favor of part 1, forming part of the bill, say aye. And those opposed say nay. Passes. Senator Thomas.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say no. Passes. The committee has ended its work. Senate has resumed. Honourable Senators, I have the duty to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate, and it was passed with discussion and amendment. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the chair's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. All those who are of that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. Adopted. Honourable Minister.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time. Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. Ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Digital Transformation Agency Bill 2026.
Item 13, public business. Item 14, adjournment.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to ask that this sitting be adjourned, sine die.
Honorable members, the question is that this Senate meeting be adjourned, sine die. All those who have that opinion say aye, and on the contrary say no. Senate is ended.